Warning, some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing. The following moments may contain explicit language. Viewer discretion is advised. It's a broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. We interrupt regular programming to bring you an important update. This is not a test. Please listen carefully and follow all instructions. Gooding, citizens of the United States. Today, at approximately 2:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, an unusual medical emergency was reported in Newark. A patient was admitted to the St. Michael's Medical Center displaying symptoms that have raised significant concern among health professionals. The patient, whose identity remains confidential, exhibited disorientation, erratic and aggressive behavior, and an alarming unresponsiveness to routine medical treatment. The exact cause of these symptoms is still under investigation. We assure you this is an isolated case, and there is no indication of broader health risks to the public at this time. The patient, a 36-year port to have worked at a chemical processing facility near the Passaic River Industrial Zone 3 days ago, experienced a minor workplace injury involving exposure to unknown materials. Initially, the symptoms were mild and flu, but escalated rapidly within 24 hours. Upon admission, medical teams stabilized attempt patient with conventional treatments. However, the individual became increasingly hostile and unresponsive to sedatives. The decision was made to place the patient under quarantine for the safety of medical staff and the public. Dr. Emily Harper, Director of Emergency Medicine at St. Michael's, issued the following statement.
Are treating this case with the utmost caution. Specialists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CCDC, have been contacted and are en route to conduct further tests and analysis.
Local law enforcement has cordoned off the affected industrial site in Newark, and federal teams are working alongside local authorities to assess potential risks. No other employees or residents in the area have shown similar symptoms at this time. Understand that such news can be unsettling, especially with the rapid pace of online speculation. However, the National Emergency Response Center assures you that this situation is under control. Please refrain sharing unverified information on social media. Trust only official updates such as this one. Currently, there's no evidence of airborne or waterborne transmission. The CDC is working closely with state health departments to rule out any potential contagion. Our top priority is the safety and well-being of every citizen. In light of this isolated event, we are asking for your cooperation with the following precautions. Report any unusual illness or aggressive behavior in individuals to your local health department immediately. Avoid the area surrounding Newark's Passaic River Industrial Zone until further notice. Follow hygiene protocols, including hand washing and avoiding close contact with individuals displaying flu-like symptoms. As a precautionary measure, residents of Newark and nearby areas may notice an increased presence of law enforcement and federal response teams. These measures are purely preventive and should not be interpreted as an escalation of risk. As we continue to monitor and respond to this event, we urge you to maintain vigilance and remain calm. Events such as these test our resilience. Our healthcare professionals, first responders, and federal teams are working tirelessly to ensure the safety of our nation. In closing, we wish to acknowledge the healthcare workers and first responders managing this case with courage and expertise. Stay tuned to this channel for future updates, and please share this information with your family, friends, and neighbors. Together we can overcome any challenge. This is the National Emergency Response Center with an urgent update on the developing health crisis. This is not a test. Please stay tuned for critical information regarding your safety. Today, we bring you an update on the medical emergency reported yesterday in Newark, New Jersey. The situation has evolved rapidly, and we now have confirmed reports of similar cases appearing in neighboring areas. Within the last 12 hours, healthcare facilities in Jersey City and Hoboken have admitted patients displaying identical symptoms: disorientation, extreme insensitivity to pain or sedatives. As of now, a total of 18 cases have been documented, and investigations are ongoing to establish a definitive cause. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, along with the Department of Homeland Security's DHS, are on the ground conducting thorough epidemiological assessments. Additional resources from the National Guard have been deployed to assist in containment measures in and around the Newark area. The affected zones are currently under strict quarantine protocols. Designated several containment zones. Zone A Newark, covering a 5-mile radius from the industrial site where the initial case was reported. Zone B Hoboken and Jersey City, with checkpoints established on roads including Route 1 and I-95. Zone C, a preemptive buffer zone spanning eastern parts of Staten Island. Curfews are being enforced, and civilians are urged to comply with local authorities. The National Guard has established medical tents and screening facilities at critical points. If you are in these areas and feel unwell, report to the nearest screening center immediately. As this situation unfolds, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the symptoms. Exhibited the following: Stage 1, flu-like symptoms including fever, chills, and body aches. Stage 2, sudden disorientation, erratic behavior, and hyper-aggressiveness. Stage 3, marked insensitivity to pain, along with violent tendencies. If you or anyone you know begins to display these symptoms, do not attempt to intervene directly. Contact emergency services immediately and follow their instructions. Experts from the CDC have issued preliminary findings suggesting that the condition may be linked to an unidentified viral agent. This agent is believed to affect neural pathways, disrupting cognitive and emotional functions. Development particularly concerning is the presence of what specialists are describing as residual memory patterns. Infected individuals have been observed exhibiting behaviors indicative of faint recollections. For one case involved an individual repeatedly attempting to unlock a door, though no key was present. In another, a patient was found staring at a photograph in a manner that suggested emotional recognition. Dr. Vanessa Price, a virologist with the CDC, shared the following insight.
This virus appears to hijack the brain's core survival mechanisms while leaving behind echoes of the person they once were. It's an unprecedented phenomenon, and we are racing to understand its full implications.
Growing threat, the government is enacting new measures to protect citizens. Please adhere to the following. Remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Stock up on essential supplies, including non-perishable food, water, and first aid items. Stay connected through official broadcast channels like this one for real-time updates. Under no circumstances should you approach individuals exhibiting symptoms. Even if they appear familiar or non-threatening, maintain distance and alert authorities immediately. Difficulty of these measures, especially for those with loved ones in the affected areas. Know that every effort is being made to contain this outbreak. Scientists and healthcare professionals are working around to identify a cure. However, we must prepare ourselves for the possibility that this crisis may extend beyond initial projections. Stay vigilant, stay informed, and above all, stay safe. This broadcast will return with further updates as they become available. This is the National Emergency Response Center bringing you the latest update on the unprecedented health crisis spreading across the East Coast. This is not a drill. Please remain tuned for critical survival information. Bring urgent news. The viral outbreak, which began in Newark, has now spread beyond containment zones. Reports Reports indicate new cases in New York City, Philadelphia, and as far south as Washington, D.C. The rapid escalation underscores the gravity of the situation. As of this moment, the government has declared martial law in affected regions, to enforce curfews, aid in evacuation efforts, and maintain order. The National Guard has established fortified checkpoints along major highways, and air traffic over affected cities is restricted. Confirmed cases now run in the thousands, with unconfirmed reports suggesting even higher numbers. Hospitals are overwhelmed, and emergency trade centers are being set up in stadiums, schools, and community halls. Our best efforts, certain areas are no longer under effective government control. In Lower Manhattan, for example, a sudden surge in cases overwhelmed local authorities. This led to an evacuation order that left many stranded. Similar breakdowns have been reported in parts of Baltimore and Trenton. Military commanders have issued warnings.
If you are in these zones, do not wait for rescue. Shelter in place and barricade your location. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary, as roads are congested and checkpoints heavily guarded.
Authorities are working to restore order, but we must prepare for the possibility that some areas may remain isolated for an extended period.
Yield more disturbing details about the virus effects. By stage 3, infected individuals lose all higher reasoning and operate purely on instinct. However, as mentioned previously, faint remnants of memory seem persist. Reports describe infected individuals gathering in familiar locations, homes, workplaces, even landmarks. A tragic account from Queens tells of a mother attempting to embrace her child, only for the infection to take hold fully moments later. Such incidents underscore the insidious nature of this outbreak and the emotional toll it is taking on survivors. An alarming rate, adherence to survival protocols is more critical than ever. Barricade your location. Use furniture, metal objects, and any available materials to secure doors and windows. Avoid noises. The infected are highly sensitive to sound and may be drawn to disturbances. Use soft footsteps and avoid shouting. Limit travel. Must move, stick to daytime hours, and plan your route in advance. Have an emergency kit with food, water, and first aid. Stay connected. Keep a battery-powered radio or other devices to receive updates. Avoid relying solely on phones. Networks are becoming increasingly unreliable. Continues to play a pivotal role in combating this crisis. They are securing key infrastructure, assisting with evacuations, and enforcing containment protocols. In major cities like Philadelphia and New York, troops are working to establish green zones, safe areas where civilians can seek refuge. To find the nearest green zone, listen for local broadcasts or follow the beacon signals on emergency radio frequencies. If you encounter military personnel, follow their instructions explicitly for your safety. Stressing update. A military convoy transporting critical supplies from Fort Dix has gone dark after an ambush on Route 295. Preliminary reports suggest that large groups of infected, moving with unusual coordination, overwhelmed the convoy despite heavy security. This marks the first confirmed instance of organized behavior among the infected. Experts are scrambling to understand whether this is an anomaly or a sign of the virus evolving further. For now, all convoys are being rerouted, and military leaders are reassessing strategies for large-scale operations. These are terrifying times. The challenges we face may seem insurmountable, but history has shown humanity's resilience time and again. Scientists, healthcare workers, and first responders are working tirelessly to uncover a cure, and every citizen's effort to stay vigilant contributes to our collective survival. As the government, we pledge to do everything in our power to safeguard your future. Stay strong, stay safe. Together, we will endure. This is the National Emergency Response Center with the latest updates on the escalating national crisis. Please listen closely as we provide critical information for your survival and safety. And citizens, it is with a heavy heart that we report that the outbreak has surpassed the containment measures enacted just 48 hours ago. The infection rate has climbed exponentially, and major metropolitan areas such as Chicago, Atlanta, and Houston are now reporting large-scale outbreaks. In these regions are either non-operational or severely limited. The government is working around the clock to establish new containment lines, but our resources are stretched thin. While military operations to secure strategic locations, we must acknowledge that our capacity to maintain control is weakening under the sheer weight of this catastrophe. Areas, particularly those outside immediate containment zones, local governance has completely collapsed. Police forces and emergency responders are overwhelmed. Many reports indicate that certain towns and neighborhoods are now ruled by groups of armed civilians who have taken the law into their own hands. Strongly urge all citizens to avoid large gatherings or attempting to join unregulated civilian militias. These groups, while potentially well-meaning, are untrained, heavily armed, and prone to unpredictable behavior. Relying government-designated green zones remains your safest option. Areas, shortages of basic necessities, food, water, and medicine have reached critical levels. Looting has become widespread, with reports of violent confrontations over dwindling resources. For those still able, regional resource depots are being established at designated green zones. These depots will provide rations and supplies to registered citizens. The list of active depots and their coordinates will be broadcast at the end of this message. Remember, supplies are limited. Ensure you follow distribution calls to avoid unnecessary conflict. The psychological toll on survivors is becoming evident. Despair, fear, and isolation are rampant. Mental health professionals urge survivors to seek solace in community, where possible, and to hold on to hope these dark times. We acknowledge that it is difficult to remain optimistic. Reports of entire families succumbing to the virus, of loved ones transformed into unrecognizable forms of their former selves, have left deep scars. However, there is hope and resilience. Every effort to survive contributes to the possibility of rebuilding. The virus report that it is continuing to evolve. Patterns suggest that the infected are exhibiting rudimentary pack behavior. While it was initially believed that they acted purely on instinct, recent observations indicate they may coordinate their actions in rudimentary ways. This evolution has posed new challenges for containment efforts. Teams report encountering groups of infected converging on specific locations, such as hospitals or malls, places that once held significance to their past lives. This behavior is deeply troubling, as it suggests the virus employs residual human memories to guide its hosts. Communications infrastructure nationwide has suffered major disruptions. Cell networks in affected regions are either offline or heavily congested. Internet services are spotty at best, leaving many isolated from vital information. To counter this, the government has deployed mobile broadcasting units that will cycle through emergency frequencies. Citizens are advised to tune into these frequencies for localized updates. Keep your radios charged and tuned in. If you cannot access these broadcasts, prioritize finding a safe location with communication capabilities. Discipline and forethought. Stockpile wisely. Prioritize non-perishable foods, bottled water, and essential medical supplies. Avoid hoarding, as this can provoke unnecessary violence. Maintain radio silence. Unnecessary communication on shortwave or ham radios may attract unwanted attention, either from infected or hostile survivors. Plan escape routes. Area with increasing infection rates. Identify multiple escape routes and travel only when absolutely necessary. Stay in small groups. Large groups can become targets or create confusion. Stick to a manageable size for easier mobility and stealth. Avoid overconfidence. Do not assume infected are slow or unintelligent. The virus evolution has demonstrated adaptability and persistence. Circumstances. Research teams across the country continue their work. Labs in Denver and Boston have made significant breakthroughs in identifying the virus structural makeup, which could lead to potential treats or vaccines. Though it is too early to provide a timeline, this progress is a beacon of hope. Remember, staying alive ensures that you can benefit from these eventual solutions. Every decision you make to safeguard yourself and those around you contributes to humanity's survival. Podcast, we urge you to remain vigilant and steadfast. These are unprecedented times, but we are a resilient people. Together we have faced countless challenges and emerged stronger. Though the days ahead with trials, remember, survival is an act of defiance against despair. Stay informed, stay safe, and above all, stay human. broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please listen carefully. Good evening, citizens. It is with great sorrow that we report the collapse of our national infrastructure. What we have feared days has come to pass. The virus has spread beyond containment. The government's ability to respond is no longer sufficient, and we are now facing a national crisis of unprecedented proportions. Nation are grim. The infection rate has skyrocketed, and entire cities are now under siege. Hospitals are overwhelmed, and medical supplies have run out. We are no longer able to track the spread of the infection in real time. The virus is moving faster than we can react. This is no longer a local issue, no longer something confined to small outbreaks. Now spread to every region in the country. The CDC has confirmed that it is airborne. Infected individuals are no longer just carriers. They are something else. The symptoms have mutated. We are seeing cases of extra aggression, loss of cognitive function, and in some instances, reports of groups of infected working together. It's unconfirmed that the infected are drawn to certain locations: hospitals, government buildings, military outposts. These places are being overrun in mere hours. The infected seem to be coordinating, almost as if they be guide. We not have confirmation of this, but the patterns are too consistent to ignore. Chaotic. In many major cities, law enforcement has disbanded. The National Guard has been deployed, but they are losing ground. The government is no longer in control. The National Emergency Response Center is operating limited power. We are doing our best to get information to you, but our resources are stretched thin. We urge you, you do not engage with the infected. Do not attempt to make contact. These people, they are no longer human. They are driven by something else, something darker. We have received reports of entire neighborhoods being wiped out in hours. Families, homes, businesses, all gone. I know it's difficult. I know that hope is hard to hold on to right now. But we are still trying. We are still fighting. We don't know what's coming next. The government is no longer able to help. The military's scattered. The cities are falling. But if you can hear this, there is still a chance. There are still survivors out there. Hold on as long as you can. Please stay safe. And remember, you are not alone. Received reports of survivors. Groups of people banding together trying to escape the chaos. Some are organizing into makeshift militias, armed with whatever they can find. These groups are unpredictable, some unbuilt, but others are turning violent. There are rumors of people being hunted by these groups, or worse, infected into certain areas. Food and water are in critical shortage. Local stores have been looted. Supplies are running out, and we cannot guarantee that any deliveries will reach you. If you are a major urban area, we urge you to evacuate immediately. Do not wait for official instructions. There may not be time. Find a safe place, a shelter. We have received reports of people disappearing, not just to the infection, but vanishing entirely. In some places, entire blocks have been abandoned overnight. No one knows where they went. There are whispers worse, something we don't fully understand yet. People are becoming unrecognizable. They're not just sick, they're changing. I don't know what's causing it, but it's spreading. If you are hearing this message, please stay tuned. We are doing everything we can to maintain communication, but we cannot guarantee how long we will be able to keep this channel open. The situation is worsening by the hour. broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please remain tuned for critical updates. Good evening. This is day 6 of the national crisis. We are still here, but things have escalated beyond our worst fears. The infection is no longer just a viral outbreak. It has become something else, something beyond our understanding. Regions are consistent. The infected are no longer acting randomly. They are organized. There are reports of entire groups of infected traveling together, moving with purpose. They are no longer just mindless creatures. They seem to be following some sort of pattern, a strategy. We have no idea what's driving them, but it's clear that they are not as helpless as we once thought. Several major cities have completely fallen. Areas that were once considered safe are now overrun. Military forces are retreating, and the last lines of defense are collapsing. The virus is spreading faster than any of us anticipated. Entire regions are now uninhabitable. We have no way of knowing where the next outbreak will occur. Able to track the infected. We have lost control. We are seeing reports of survivors, but they are few and far between. Most have already fled, or they've been taken. There are rumors of entire families disappearing overnight. Entire neighborhoods wiped off the map. We don't know if it's the infected or something else. We can't afford to wait for answers. We need to act now. Food supplies are almost gone. Water is running out. We are running on fumes. There are no more shipments, no more help. What little infrastructure we had left is falling apart. The government is no longer functioning. The National Emergency Response Center is operating on emergency power. This broadcast could be our last. You are hearing this to make your way to the designated safe zones. These locations are still operational, but only for a limited time. They are the last places where you might find shelter, food, and water. If you're near one of these, do not hesitate. Go now. Do not wait for further instructions, but be warned, these zones are not guaranteed to be safe. Survivors turning on each other. The infected are not the only danger anymore. People are desperate. They are fighting for their lives, and they will do anything to survive. Trust no one. Stay in groups, but keep your distance. The infected are not the only threat out there. We've received disturbing reports from several of the safe zones. Appearing taken, we believe there are whispers of something worse than the infected, something that watches. We don't know what it is, but it's out there. We cannot confirm these reports, but we can't. We are no longer in control. The world we knew is gone. The government, the military, the systems we relied on, they are all falling apart. We are on our own now. We have to survive whatever it takes. Please, if you can hear this, do not waste time. The world is collapsing, and we cannot stop it. The infection is spreading faster than we can track. There is no cure. There is no salvation. Only survival. They're here. They're... Broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please remain tuned for critical updates. It's day 7. We don't know how much longer we can keep this up. The situation has escalated beyond imagine. The infection, the attacks, it's not just a virus anymore. It's something else. Something more terrifying, and we're running out of time. In from every corner of the country. The cities, the towns, they're all falling. Entire regions are overrun. The infected are not just mindless creatures. They are evolving, they're adapting. The reports we're getting are fragmented, but it's clear now they're learning. They're becoming smarter. They're working together. It's no longer a matter of survival. It's a matter of whether we can even fight back. We've received word from several survivors who claim that the infected are speaking. They're not just attacking, communicating in ways we can't understand. There are reports of whispers, of voices in the dark. We don't know what this means. But it's as if they've developed a consciousness. They're not just animals anymore. The military is gone. What's left of it is scattered. The last lines of defense have been breached. We are no longer in control of the situation. There is no government. There is no leadership. We are on our own. The infrastructure is crumbling. Power grids are down. We are lost. I know that many of you are still holding on. I know that some of you are out there still trying to survive, but we need to face the truth. We cannot keep hiding. The infection is everywhere. It's spreading faster than we can comprehend, and we can't outrun it. Something that we've been hearing in the reports. Survivors are saying that there's a new kind of infected, a leader of sorts. They're calling it the Alpha. It's different, foreigners, smarter. It's leading the infect, organizing them, giving them direction. It's hunting, and it's not just hunting for food. It's hunting for survivors. Thing is, but we believe it's the key to everything. If we don't stop it, if we don't find a way to eliminate it, we will lose everything. The Alpha, it's leading the infected in a way we can't comprehend, and if it gets to the last safe zones, it will be the end. I don't know if anyone is still listening, but if you are, you need to know the truth. The safe zones are no longer safe. The Alpha is coming for them. It's coming for us all, and we have no way of stopping it. If you're in a safe zone, leave now. Do not wait. Do not wait for anyone to tell you what to do. It's too late for that. Get out. Get out while you still can. Find shelter. Find weapons. Find anything that can protect you. But do not stay where you are. We are all that's left. We are the last survivors. And the Alpha, it's coming for us. Broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please remain tuned for critical updates. It's day 8. The world, it's gone. There's no other way to put it. The infection has spread too far fast. The Alpha, it's real. And it's here. We've received reports from survivors in the last remaining safe zones. They're gone, every last one of them. We've tried to make contact with any remaining government officials, any survivors who might still be out there. But the lines are down. The power's out. The world has gone dark. There's no one left. No one to help. What to say anymore? The world we knew is gone. The cities are gone. The people are gone. The Alpha is here. And it's not stopping. It's coming for us all. If you're still listening, if you're still out there, I don't know what to tell you. There's no escape. No escape. The Alpha is hunting us, and we're running out of time. Please, if you can hear this, find shelter, find anything, but don't stay where you are. It's coming for you. It's coming for everyone. Broadcast. Please, for the last time, stay tuned for critical updates. It's day 9. I don't know how to start this. I don't know how much time I have left. The Alpha it's everywhere. The cities they're just filled with the infected, moving like a tide, an endless way escaping it. There's no escaping it. It's too late. We tried to fight back. We tried to hold the line. But the Alpha, it's not just a creature. It's not just a leader. It's something more. Something ancient, something that's been here long before us. Up close, it's like a shadow, a nightmare made flesh. It doesn't walk like we do. It doesn't move like we do. It's something that doesn't belong in this world. It's not even alive in the way we understand life. It's something else. I don't know how much longer I can keep this broadcast going. I'm not alone anymore. I can hear them outside. The infected, they're closing in the Alpha. It's close. It's hunting us down. And this, if you're still out there, I need you to understand something. The Alpha isn't just killing us, it's changing us. The infected, they're not just mindless monsters anymore. They're becoming something else, something worse. And it's all because of the Alpha. Left to hear this. I don't know if anyone's still alive, but if you are, you need to know this. The Alpha isn't just the end of humanity. It's the end of everything. It's going to consume this world. It will find another, it will find a world, and then another, until there's nothing left. If you can hear me, if you're still alive, run. Run as far as you can. The Alpha will find you. It always does, but at least you'll have a chance. Goodbye and good luck. Emergency broadcast. There are no more updates, no more help. This is the end. I don't know why I'm still speaking. I don't know who's listening anymore. There's no one left. The Alpha, it's here. It's here. It's everywhere. It's in the air, in the ground, in the very blood that courses through our veins. It's not just a creature. It's the end of everything. They're not the same anymore. They're evolving. They don't just hunt. They don't just kill. They change. They adapt. They learn. It's like they're being guided, controlled. Bah! I can hear it. The Alpha. It's close. It's always close now. I can feel it in my bones. It's not just hunting us. It's consuming us. It's turning us into something else, something worse, something unnatural. I can keep this broadcast going. I don't know if anyone's even left to hear it, but if you are, if you're still out there, you need to know this. The Alpha is not just a force of destruction, it's a force of transformation. It's changing everything. And when it's done with this world, it will move on to the next. And the next. Nothing left. I can hear them now. The infected, they're outside, they're closing in, I can't run, there's nowhere left to go. The Alpha, it's already taken everything, and now it's coming to hear this. If you can hear me, I'm sorry, so sorry. There's nothing left. There's no hope. There's only the Alpha, and when it comes for you, there's nothing you can do. still listening. I don't know what happened. The broadcast yesterday, I don't know if it was real. I don't know if I'm even real. I don't know how much longer I can keep this going. The world outside, it's different now. Everything's changed. The air, it smells wrong. The sky, it's darker, aimed by something. The infected, they're not like they were. They're faster now, smarter. I've been hiding in a building. I thought it would be safe, but I can hear them. I can hear the hinted outside, banging on the walls, trying to get in. They're not just hunting anymore. They're calling to each other, coordinating. It's like they're organized, like they're being led by something. Not one of the mindless ones, but a new kind. It had eyes that were too human. It saw me. It looked right at me. It smiled. I don't know if it was a grin or a snarl, but it was like it knew everything about me. I have to move. I can't stay here anymore. They're getting closer. The Alpha, I don't know if it's real, but I can feel it. It's like a weight on my chest, a pressure that won't go away. I don't know what it is, but it's everywhere, in the air, in the ground, in the things around me. I think it's watching me. I don't know how much longer I can stay quiet. I'm not alone. I thought I was. But there are others. Survivors. At least I think they are. I saw them through a window. They're not infected, but they're not like us anymore. They're different. I don't know what's happening. Who's left? I don't know what to do. Out there, listen carefully. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't matter anymore. The days blend together. There's only the now. The constant noise, the fear, and the way I had a plan. I thought I could escape, but I can't. The Alpha, it's real. It's not just a thing. It's alive. I don't know what it is, but it's out there. I can feel it. Every time I breathe, every time I move, it's like it's watching. I saw the Alpha. It's not like the others. It doesn't look like the infected. It doesn't move like them. It's bigger. Its eyes, I can't describe them. They're the color of the sky before a storm. Dark, empty. But they know everything. It's coming. It's getting closer. I don't know what it wants. It doesn't speak. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to do anything. It just exists. It's like it's the center of everything. Like it's the reason the world is like this. Like it's the one who started it all. There are others. They're still here. I can hear them too. They're out there hiding like I am, but they're not safe. No one is. I think I know why it's here. I think I understand now. It's not just hunting. It's waiting for something. I don't know what, but I think it's coming. I can't stay here. I have to go. I have to leave before it finds me. I don't know how much longer I can keep talking. I can hear it. It's here. It's right here. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop it. It's too powerful. I can't escape. Bucket hide. There's no hiding from it. It's everywhere. It's in the walls, in the air. It knows where I am. It's touching me. I can feel it. The air it's cold. So cold. I can't hold on. It's changing me. I don't want to. Good evening, listeners. This is your emergency broadcast network, live from an undisclosed location, bringing you the latest updates on the developing crisis. Please stay tuned and remain calm. We are here to guide you through this unprecedented event. First, let me assure you that authorities are fully aware of the situation and are working tirelessly to ensure your safety. If you're just tuning in, here's what we know so far. Earlier today, reports began to surface of unusual behavior in several urban centers. Authorities initially dismissed these as isolated incidents, but as of 6 p.m., the National Health Organization has declared a state of emergency. The symptoms reported include extreme aggression, disorientation, and what some are describing as, well, uncontrollable hunger. While we are not here to speculate, I urge you avoid direct contact with anyone exhibiting these behaviors. For those of you in affected areas, please follow these immediate guidelines. Lock all doors and windows. Do not attempt to confront or engage with individuals showing signs of aggression. Gather essential supplies, including water, non-perishable flashlight, and most importantly, stay indoors. Now, I know this sounds frightening. It is, but we've been through crises before, and we've come out stronger. We are resilient. If you're feeling overwhelmed, take a deep breath. You're not alone. We'll be providing updates every 10 minutes, including safe zone locations, evacuation routes, and tips for staying secure. As of now, several cities have initiated lockdown protocols. If you're in the following areas, please remain where you are: Chicago, Atlanta, and Los Angeles. Authorities are working to contain the situation. For those in less affected regions, avoid unnecessary travel and keep your radios tuned to this frequency. We are your lifeline. I want to remind you that panic is our worst enemy right now. Trust the system. Trust each other. If you're with family, hold them close. If you're alone, know that someone somewhere is thinking of you. We'll get through this. We'll take a moment to address some of the questions we've received. No, this is not a drill. Yes, emergency services are operational, but they are prioritizing high-risk areas. And no, we do not yet have a confirmed cause for these events. Please refrain from spreading rumors or misinformation. If you're listening and you're safe, consider reaching out to a neighbor or friend. Let them know you're there. Sometimes just knowing someone else is out there can make all the difference. We've just received an update from the National Guard. Additional safe zones are being established. I'll have those locations for you in just a moment. In the meantime, stay vigilant, stay safe, and keep listening. This is your emergency broadcast network, and we're here for you. Welcome back to the Emergency Broadcast Network. If you're just joining us, we're providing continuous updates on the ongoing crisis. The situation remains fluid, but we're committed to bringing you the most accurate information available. Let's start with what we know. The affected areas are expanding. Reports are now coming in from smaller towns and rural regions, suggesting this is not isolated to major cities. While this may sound alarming, it also means authorities are gaining a clearer picture of the situation. The National Guard has confirmed containment efforts are underway. For those of you in affected areas, here's what you need to do. If you haven't already, begin barricading your home. Use furniture, heavy objects, or anything that can reinforce your doors and windows. Avoid making loud noises, as this could attract unwanted attention. If you have a basement or an attic, consider relocating there. These areas are often more secure and easier to defend. Remember, your safety is your top priority. We've received reports that some individuals may be attempting to leave affected areas on foot. I cannot stress this enough. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary. Roads are becoming increasingly dangerous, and many are now impassable. Stay where you are. Help is coming. For those of you in the following areas, please take note. Safe zones have been established in the following locations: Dallas Convention Center, St. Louis Armory, and the Portland Civic Arena. These zones are heavily fortified and equipped to provide water and medical assistance. If you're within a reasonable distance of these locations and can travel safely, these are your best options. For everyone else, stay indoors. The safest place you can be right now is behind a locked door. I know this is hard. I know some of you are scared. I know because, well, I'm scared too. But fear is a natural response. It's what keeps us sharp, keeps us alive. Channel it. Use it to stay alert and focused. We've also received questions about the nature of this outbreak. At this time, authorities have not confirmed a cause. There are theories, of course. Some say it's a virus, others suggest something more unconventional. But speculation won't keep you safe. Facts will. Here's a fact. You're safer if you stay quiet. Turn off unnecessary lights. Cover your windows with blankets or heavy fabric. If you have pets, keep them indoors and as quiet as possible. To those listening, you're doing great. You're taking the steps you need to survive. That's all anyone can ask of you right now. Keep going. Keep listening. You're not alone. This just in. Authorities are urging everyone to stay away from hospitals and other large gathering points. These locations have become overwhelmed and are no longer safe. If you or a loved one require medical attention, contact emergency services for guidance. I repeat, do not go to hospitals unless directed to do so by local authorities. We'll be back with more updates shortly. Remember, stay calm, stay safe, and keep listening. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network, and we're here to help you through this. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network, continuing our live coverage of the ongoing crisis. For those of you still with us, thank you for tuning in. It's important that we stay connected, even when the world outside feels disconnected. Begin with the latest updates. Urban centers are seeing a rapid escalation in activity. Reports from cities like Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle indicate widespread chaos. Emergency services are stretched thin and in some cases have ceased operations entirely. If you're in one of these areas, shelter in place. Do not attempt to leave unless absolutely necessary. Begin with the latest updates. Urban centers are seeing a rapid escalation in activity. Reports from cities like Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle indicate widespread chaos. Emergency services are stretched thin and in some cases have ceased operations entirely. If you're in one of these areas, shelter in place. Do not attempt to leave unless absolutely necessary. Also, it appears as if 95% of the survivors still haven't subscribed. You must quickly ensure that you have subscribed and gathered all the energy required to like the video. I've received some troubling reports. I want to stress that these are unverified, but I feel it's my duty to share them with you. Some survivors claim to have seen unusual behavior among the infected. They're describing movements that seem coordinated, purposeful. Again, these reports are unconfirmed, but it's a reminder to stay vigilant. Don't let your guard down, and whatever you do, don't let them see you. Now, let's talk about staying hidden. If you haven't already, find a secure location with limited entry points. Basements, attics, or interior rooms are ideal. Avoid places with large windows or open spaces. And if you're in a multi-story building, stay away from the ground floor. Keep noise to a minimum. That means no loud conversations, no music, and certainly no shouting. If you need to communicate, whisper or use hand signals. The less attention you draw, the better. To those of you with children or pets, I know this is especially hard. Try to keep them calm and quiet. If you have small children, consider creating a safe, enclosed space where they can stay without fear of wandering off. For pets, keep them close and secure. There are also rumors, stories of survivors turning on each other. Desperation can make people do terrible things. If you're with others, trust is key. Work together, but stay cautious. And if you're alone, well, sometimes that's safer. Here's a reminder. Avoid direct contact with the infected at all costs. Even a scratch or a bite can be dangerous. If you suspect someone has been exposed, isolate them immediately. I know it's a hard choice, but it's one that could save your life. Those of you just tuning in, safe zones have been confirmed in the following locations: Dallas Convention Center, St. Louis Armory, and the Portland Civic Arena. These zones are well fortified and staffed by trained personnel. If you can reach one of these locations safely, do so. Otherwise, stay put and wait for further instructions. I know it feels like the world is falling apart, and maybe it is. But even in the darkest times, there's light. There's hope. And as long as we keep fighting, as long as we keep surviving, that hope stays alive. We'll be back with more updates soon. In the meantime, stay calm, stay quiet, and stay safe. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network signing off for now. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network, bringing you the latest updates as we navigate this unprecedented crisis. If you're hearing this, it means you're still out there, still surviving. And that's no small feat. We've received some troubling news. One of the previously reported safe zones, the Dallas Convention Center, has been compromised. Reports indicate a breach occurred earlier today, and the situation there is unstable. If you were planning to head, I strongly advise against it. For those already en route, try to find shelter before reaching the city limits. Look for smaller, less populated areas to regroup. Remember, mobility can be just as dangerous as staying put. We're also hearing unsettling accounts from survivors. Some describe infected individuals displaying behaviors that are hard to explain. They talk about moments of stillness as if the infected are listening, watching. I know how this sounds, but it's better to be cautious. Avoid direct encounters at all costs, and if you see something that doesn't make sense, trust your instincts and get away. let's move on to survival strategies. For those of you in colder climates, use the weather to your advantage. The infected seem to move slower in freezing temperatures, and their senses appear less sharp. If you can, find shelter in areas where the cold's a natural deterrent. But remember, the cold is also a danger to you. Bundle up, keep dry, and conserve body heat. Hypothermia can be just as deadly as what's outside your door. If you're traveling in groups, trust is essential, but so is caution. We've heard too many stories of groups falling apart due to paranoia or betrayal. Keep your group small. Stick to people you know and trust. And if you're unsure about someone, well, it's better to be safe than sorry. For those of you alone out there, I know it's hard. Isolation can wear you down. But it also means you don't have to rely on anyone but yourself. Stay sharp, stay quiet, and remember, every choice you make is yours alone. Here's a reminder about supplies. If you're running low, prioritize water and non-perishable food. Avoid canned goods that look swollen or damaged. They could be contaminated. And if you're foraging, stick to areas that seem untouched. The last thing you want is to stumble into a trap. We've also been receiving more reports of strange sounds. Whispers, tapping, even laughter. I want to remind everyone, the infected don't laugh. If you hear something like that, it's not them. And that might be even worse. For those tuning in late, I'll recap the key updates. The Dallas Convention Center safe zone is no longer secure. Avoid the area. Conditions in colder climates offer some advantages but come with their own risks. And above all, stay hidden. Stay quiet. I know it's hard to keep going, to keep hoping. But as long as you're out there, as long as you're fighting to survive, there's still a chance. And that chance is worth everything. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network, signing off for now. We'll be back with more updates soon. Until then, stay safe, stay strong, and remember, you're not alone. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network. If you're still with us, we're here to provide you with the latest updates and survival tips. Every second counts, so let's get right into it. We've received confirmation of a new safe zone. This one's located at the Fairbanks airfield in Alaska. It's remote, heavily fortified, and, according to reports, still holding strong. If you're anywhere near the northern regions, this might be your best shot. However, we don't have exact details on how to gain entry. Approach with caution and be prepared to prove you're not infected. Many safe zones are implementing strict screening protocols, and some have been less than forgiving. We've also been hearing unsettling reports from survivors. Stories of people acting strange, not infected, but not themselves either. Some describe sudden outbursts of aggression. Others mention long periods of silence, followed by erratic behavior. If you're traveling with others, keep an eye out for any unusual signs. Stress does strange things to people, and in times like these, trust is a fragile thing. Remember, the infected aren't your only threat. Desperation makes people dangerous. Avoid high-traffic areas, malls, gas stations, anywhere people might gather. These places are magnets for trouble. If you're scavenging, do it quickly and quietly. Take only what you need and leave no trace. The less attention you draw, the better your chances. Also been getting more reports of strange noises, whispers, tapping, even music. I don't know what to make of it. Some say it's just the wind or old machinery coming back to life. Others think, well, it doesn't matter what they think. What matters is staying alive. If you hear something that doesn't make sense, don't investigate, just get out of there. If you're tuning in late, here's what you need to know. A new safe zone has been established at Fairbanks Airfield in Alaska. Approach with caution. Reports of strange survivor behavior are on the rise, so stay vigilant. And above all, keep moving. Staying too long can be just as dangerous as wandering. I know it's hard out there. I know how it feels to be alone, to wonder if anyone's even listening. But you're not alone. As long as you can hear this, as long as you're fighting to survive, there's still hope. Before I go, one last piece of advice. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. And if you're not sure what to do, remember, sometimes the best move is to stay hidden and wait. Survival is a game of patience as much as anything else. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network, signing off for now. Stay safe, stay strong, and remember, you're not alone. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network. If you're still out there, still listening, you've made it another hour. That's no small thing. Every moment you survive is a victory. And every victory, no matter how small, matters. I know it's hard to keep going. The weight of it all, the endless questions. Why me, why now? What's the point? But the point is, you're here, you're alive. And as long as you're alive, there's hope. We've been getting more reports of strange occurrences. People hearing voices, seeing things that shouldn't be there. It's easy to let your mind play tricks on you when you're scared, when you're tired. But remember, not everything you hear or see is real. Trust your instincts, but don't let fear control you. If you're on the move, keep an eye on the weather. Storms are rolling in across several regions, and they're making travel even more dangerous. Flooded roads, fallen trees, and limited visibility can turn a safe route into a death trap. If you're caught in bad weather, find shelter and wait it out. The infected aren't the only threat out there. Nature has its own way of reminding us how small we are. Also received unsettling reports. People claiming to hear laughter, music, even whispers in the dark. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's just the wind, or the echoes of a world we've lost. Or maybe it's something else. Either way, if you hear something that doesn't belong, don't investigate. Don't try to understand it. Just get away. I've been doing this for, I don't even know how long anymore. Days, weeks. Time doesn't mean much when the world's fallen apart. But I do know this. Every time I sit here, every time I speak into this mic, I'm reminded of one thing. You're still out there. And as long as you're out there, I'll keep talking. I used to think about the future all the time. What I'd do, where I'd go, who I'd be. Now the future feels different. Smaller. It's not about dreams or plans anymore. It's about the next hour, the next minute. It's about surviving. If you're listening to this, I want you to know, you're not forgotten. Even if the world feels empty, even if you feel invisible, you're not. Every life matters. Every single one of you matters. Before I go, here's a quick recap. Storms are making travel dangerous, so plan your routes carefully. Strange noises and sights have been reported. Don't investigate them. And remember, Fairbanks Airfield in Alaska is still a confirmed safe zone, but with caution. Stay hidden, stay quiet, and most importantly, stay alive. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network signing off for now. Until next time, keep fighting. Also, it appears as if 95% of the survivors still haven't subscribed. You must quickly ensure that you have subscribed and gathered all the energy required to like the video.
A zombie apocalypse radio broadcast. Subscribe and let's get started.
Hello, this is WZ91, the last known radio station still operating in the region. If you can hear this, you're not alone. This is a broadcast for anyone who is still out there, fighting to survive, fighting to stay alive. We know it's been a long time since you've heard anything like this. We know you've been wondering if anyone is left to tell the story, and I'm here to tell you. We're still here, we're still broadcasting, and as long as we can, we will continue to be the truth, the warnings, the updates. Stay tuned. Before we get into the latest updates, I want to remind you all, if you're listening to this, you're in the right place. Keep your radios on. Keep them tuned to WZ91. We're going to be critical information, survivor reports, and safety tips. But most importantly, we're going to remind you that no matter how dark things seem, there's still a light out there. It's just a matter of holding on long enough to see it. I'm hearing something outside. It's hard to tell. Could just be the wind, or maybe not. Anyway, let's move on. We'll get to the latest news. Please stay calm. We're in this together. The latest update from the National Emergency Response Agency. This morning, at approximately 8 a.m. local time, the military reported that a new safe zone has been established in the northern part of the region. It's been marked as a high priority evacuation area, and we're advising all survivors to head there immediately. But we're also hearing reports that this zone is being overrun. I'll get back to that in a moment. First, here's the latest on the outbreak. Disturbing reports from several survivors who have managed to escape the cities. They say that the infected are becoming more aggressive. We've heard of people being attacked while they were still inside their homes. They're breaking down doors, breaking through windows. They're relentless. If you're still in a city, you need to leave. Now. Sorry about that. I just heard something. Anyway, I'm sure you've heard the stories. You've probably seen it for yourself. The infected, those who were once human, they don't stop. They don't feel pain. They don't feel fear. They only feel hunger. And that's what we're all up against. But we can survive this. We have to. We can't let them win. Let's get back to the update. The military is pulling back from several areas, and we're hearing that most of the larger evacuation points are being abandoned. It's becoming clear that we're on our own now. The government is doing what it can, but resources are running thin. Terry's last message said that they're consolidating forces at Safe Zone Alpha, but there's been no word from them since. We don't know if they're still holding out. We don't know if they've been overrun. But we do know one thing: we can't wait for help. We have to help ourselves. Now, I know that might sound bleak, but listen to me when I say this. There's still hope. If you're listening to this, you're already part of the solution. You're staying informed. You're staying connected. And that's how we survive. We survive together. This broadcast going for as long as we can. We're going to bring you survivor stories. We're going to bring you updates. And we're going to keep reminding you that you're not alone. You're part of something bigger now. A community. A family. And as long as we keep fighting, we'll keep broadcasting. And as long as we keep broadcasting, we'll keep fighting. All right, we're going to take a short break, but stay tuned because we've got more to share. More updates, more stories, and more hope. This is WZ91, and you're not alone.
Survivors, this is WZ91, continuing our broadcast. If you're just tuning in, we've been providing updates on the ongoing situation and trying to keep you informed. If you're still with us, then you're doing what you need to do. Stay vigilant. Stay safe. We're all in this together. We've received a new report from a survivor out in the western sector. This is a first-hand account from someone who barely made it out alive. The report is... well, it's not easy to hear, but important. Listen closely. As quickly as I can, in case they come back. The city was lost. It happened so fast, I can't even believe it. At first, we thought it was just a riot. People were panicking, sure, but didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Then they started attacking. Not like anything I've ever seen. At first, people biting, tearing each other apart like animals. But there was no blood, no screams, just the sound of tearing. It was like they were all on autopilot. No remorse, just hunger. We tried to barricade ourselves in, but it didn't matter. They got in. One by one, came for us. We had to run. I don't know how I survived, but I did. And now I'm here. I'm hiding in an abandoned house, hoping they don't find me. I can hear them outside. They're still out there. I don't know how much longer I can stay hidden. Please, if anyone is listening, I need help. The reality out there, it's not just a fight for survival. It's a fight for your sanity. These survivors are barely holding on, and we have to ask ourselves, how much longer can we keep going? How before the world outside becomes completely unrecognizable? But we keep going, we keep fighting, we keep surviving, because that's what we do. We don't give up. We don't let them win. I thought I heard something. Anyway, we've got another report coming in. This one's from the northern sector, near the safe zone Alpha. We've been hearing mixed reports about that area. Some say it's safe, others say it's already been overrun. Let's listen to what this survivor has to say.
Sorry, I'm not sure how long I've got. We made it to safe zone Alpha, but it's chaos. I don't know how to explain it. There were supposed to be military personnel, but all we found were abandoned trucks and broken down vehicles. We thought maybe they were just delayed. But no. Soldiers, civilians, all of them dead. And then we saw them, the infected. They were everywhere. We tried to make it to the shelter, but the doors were locked. We're running low on supplies. I don't know if we're going to make it. We're trying to get out, but I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Please, if anyone can hear this, we need help. We need backup. We're running out of time.
Plenty of folks. Safe Zone Alpha, once a beacon of hope, is now just another graveyard. Another place where people went to die. And that's why we're telling you, don't rely on these so-called safe zones. If you can make it out of the cities, head for the woods. Head for the mountains. Head anywhere that's off the beaten path. If you stay in the cities, you're just waiting to be caught. Listen, I know this is hard to hear, but we can't sugarcoat it. This is the world we live in now, and if we want to survive, we need to face it head on. We need to make hard decisions, and we need to keep moving forward, together. What was that? Did anyone else hear that? It sounded like something was outside the station. I'm going to check it out. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Just a second, I'm going to check. Okay, false alarm. It's just a loose piece of debris from the storm. My heart's still racing, but we're good. We're still good. Sorry about that, folks. I'm just a little on edge, I guess, but we're okay. We're still here, and we're going to keep bringing you the updates. Stay with us. Get back to the reports. We've got more coming in from survivors. There's a lot of people out there who are still trying to make it, still trying to find safety, and we're going to keep sharing their stories. Because that's what we do. We keep fighting. We keep surviving, and we keep hoping. Stay with us. You're not alone. Thank you for staying with us, survivors. This is WZ91, continuing our broadcast. We've been receiving reports from all over, and the situation is worsening. But we won't stop. We're going to bring you the information you need to survive. Stay with us. Hold on. It looks like we've got an incoming message. This one's from the Emergency Broadcast Network. I'm going to patch it through. Listen closely, folks.
Attention all citizens. This is an emergency broadcast. We are issuing a level 5 alert for all regions. This is not a test. Repeat, this is not a test. Due to the rapid spread of the infection, all major metropolitan areas are now considered compromised. Civilian evacuation is no longer an option. Citizens are advised to shelter in place immediately and avoid any contact with infected individuals. If you are hearing this message, you are in immediate danger. Do not attempt to travel to evacuation zones. These areas are already overrun. Please remain, secure all entrances to your shelter. Do not open the door for anyone, even if they claim to be survivors.
Well, there you have it. That's the official word from the Emergency Broadcast Network. Things are getting worse. Evacuation is no longer an option. We're all on our own out here. Folks, I know this is hard to hear, but this is reality now. No more government aid. No more rescue missions. Just you, your resources, and the will to survive. And it's up to you to decide how you're going to make it. I don't know what else to say, but we'll keep going. We'll keep fighting. We'll keep bringing you the updates. You're not alone. Not yet. All right, let's move on. We've got more updates. This one's from a survivor in the southwest. They've been holed up in a small apartment building for the last few days, trying to stay off the radar. Here's what they have to say.
Please, if anyone is listening, I need help. I don't know how much longer I can keep hiding. The infected, they're everywhere. I thought we were safe, but they're getting closer. I can hear them outside, scratching, tapping on the windows. I tried to barricade the doors, but they're getting through. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to survive this. We've run out of food. The water's almost gone. I've got a gun, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. If anyone can hear me, if there's anyone left, please help me.
Reality, folks. That's what we're all facing. The infected are getting closer, and even if you manage to survive the first wave, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. This is a fight of attrition. It's not just about fighting the dead. It's about fighting your own fear, your own desperation. But we don't give up. Not yet. Not ever. We keep going. We keep pushing forward, because that's the only choice we have left. Hold on, I thought I heard something. Just a second, folks. Hello, is anyone there? Wait, what? Who's... Okay. False alarm. Just a loose connection. I thought I heard someone knocking at the door, but there's no one here. We're still good. We're still broadcasting. All right, let's get back to it. We've got more reports coming in. This one's from a survivor in the central region. They've managed to find shelter in an old gas station, but they're running low on supplies. Let's hear what they have to say.
We found a place to hide. This is Sarah. I'm out here in the central region. We found a place to hide. The gas station's been abandoned for days. We've about a few cans of food left. That's about it. The generator's still running, but I don't know how long it's going to last. The infected are getting closer. I can hear them outside, scraping the windows. It's only a matter of time before they break through. But we're not giving up. Not yet. We're going to make it. We have to.
That's the spirit. That's the attitude we need right now. We keep fighting. We keep surviving. Because that's all we can do. Did you hear that? It's like a tapping. Almost like someone's trying to get in. I don't know if it's the wind or if it's something else. I'm going to check it out again. Stay with me, folks. Hello, is anyone there? All right, I checked the door. There's nothing there. But I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. It's like the world's holding its breath. We're all just waiting for the other shoe to drop. But we're still here. We're still broadcasting. And we're going to keep going. Together. Survivors, we're back. I'm sorry for the brief interruption earlier, but things are getting tense. I can feel it in the air. The wind is picking up, and well, you know how it goes. When the storm gets louder, it's hard to ignore. But we've got to keep going. We've got to keep pushing through. Received word from another survivor. This one's from the northern region, where it's been reported that the infected are now moving in groups. They've been spotted near a small town. And it's not just one or two. It's dozens. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like they're getting smarter, more coordinated. I've got the message right here. I'll play it for you. Listen closely.
I'm up in the north, near the old mining town. Something wrong. They're not just wandering anymore. They're moving in groups, and they're attacking with purpose. It's like they know what they're doing. We've been hiding in an old farmhouse for the last couple of days, but it's not safe anymore. They're getting closer. We've got supplies, but not enough. And we can't stay here forever. They're coming. They're coming for us.
If you're still out there, I hope you're okay. I don't know what's happening, but we're hearing more and more of these reports. The infected are getting smarter, more organized, and it's only a matter of time before they figure out how to breach our defenses. Anymore. Every time we think we've got a handle on this, it gets worse. But we're not giving up. Not yet. We can't. We've got more survivors out there, and we need to be reaching them. We need to keep fighting. And if you're out there listening, you're not alone. We're all in this together. Wait, what was that? Did you hear that? It sounded like something hitting the window. Hold on a second, folks. I'm going to check it out. Please don't let it be them. Please. Just the wind, I think. But there's something else. Something doesn't feel right. It's like the world's closing in on us. Like we're trapped in some kind of nightmare. But we're still here. We're still fighting. And we're not giving up. Not yet. Let's get back to the broadcast. I've got more updates coming in. This one's from a survivor who's been holed up in a high-rise apartment building in the city. They've been stuck there for days, trying to stay out of sight. But the infected are getting closer, and they're running low on supplies. Let's hear what they have to say.
Diddy, we've been holed up in this high rise for, I don't even know long anymore. Days, maybe weeks. It feels like an eternity. The infected are getting closer. I can hear them outside, scraping, pounding on the walls. I don't know how much longer we can stay here. We've got food, but not much. The water's almost gone. And the worst part is, we're not alone. There are others out there trying to get in. They're not infected, but they're desperate. And I don't know if we can trust them. I don't know what to do. I'm scared. I'm so scared.
You're still out there. I hope you're safe. But I know it's hard. I know it's hard to trust anyone right now. We're all just trying to survive. And when it comes down to it, you have to lay whatever it takes. But that doesn't make it any easier. I wish I had more answers for you, but we're all in the dark here. Hold on, I think I hear something. I'm going to check the door again. Stay with me, folks. Hello, is anyone there? Wait, is that... No, it's not possible. It can't be them. Please, please don't be them. Okay. It's just the wind. But I swear I heard something out there. We're not safe. None of us are safe. But we're still here. We're still broadcasting. And we're going to keep going. Together. Just stay inside, stay safe, and keep listening. We'll get through this together. Survivors. I'm sorry for the sudden cut off earlier, but things are escalating. I don't know how else to say it, but the situation is getting worse. I can feel it in the air. I can stay outside. The wind, it's like it's carrying something with it. Something that doesn't belong. I can hear them, too. I can hear the scratching, the tapping. It's like they're trying to get in. I don't know if it's the wind or something else, but it's unsettling. I'm not going to lie, 'cause I'm scared. But we have to keep going. We have to keep pushing forward. What was that? Did you hear that? It's coming from outside. Something's out there. Something that's not supposed to be. Stay with me, folks. Stay with me. I'm gonna check it out. I don't know what it is, but it's close. Too close. I need to check. Please stay safe. Stay inside. Don't go out there. It's them. It's them. They're here. They're right outside the door. Please stay inside. I'm locking the door. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Okay. We're safe for now. But I don't know how long it's going to last. They're getting smarter, they're getting closer, and I don't know how much longer we can keep running, but we'll keep broadcasting. We'll keep reaching out, because that's all we can do together. I don't know how much longer we can keep doing this, but we have to. We have to keep going. Survivors. I'm not sure how much longer we can keep going like this. The noises outside, they're getting worse. I swear, I hear them moving around, circling the building. It's like they know we're here. They're not just wandering aimlessly anymore. They're hunting. I'm telling you, it's like they're learning. They're adapting. And it's not just the infected anymore. It's something else, something worse. Please, stay inside. Don't go near the windows. Don't make the windows. We don't know how many of them are out there. Hear that? Oh God, they're right outside. Something just hit the wall. I don't know what it was, but I think it's getting closer. I can't keep track of the sounds anymore. They're all blending together. Please, if you're out there, just stay quiet. Stay hidden. I can't keep doing this, but I have to. For you, for everyone who's still listening. We can't give up. We have to stay strong, together. They're getting closer. I can hear them. I can feel them. They're closing in on us. And I don't know how much longer we can hold out. What was that? What the hell was that? Oh God, I think they're getting in, and I don't know what to do. Please, please stay inside. Don't go near the windows. Don't make a sound. They're here. They're right outside. I can hear them scratching at the door. I can't hold it together much longer. I don't know how much more of this I can take. They're pushing the door. They're getting in. I don't know what to do. I'm locking the door. I'm locking it, but I don't know how much longer it'll hold. Please, please stay safe. Please stay inside. Please, please stay inside. I can't do this alone. Please, don't go outside. Don't make a sound. Just stay quiet. All right, survivors, we're back. I know it's been a rough ride so far, but we're not giving up. Not yet. There's still hope. I can't shake the feeling that something's coming. Something worse. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it. I've been hearing noises, scratching at the walls, tapping on the windows. And I'm not sure if it's the infected or something else, but it's getting closer. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Hear that? It's not just the wind. I swear, there's something out there. Something. Waiting. We've been trying to keep the broadcast going, but I don't know how much longer we can. The transmission might cut off again. If it does, just know we're still here. We're still trying to reach you. I'm not sure what's happening. But I'm starting to think, maybe we're not the only ones left. Maybe there's something else out there. Something that's not quite human. I don't know, but we have to stay strong. We have to keep fighting. Okay. I'm hearing something. It's getting closer. I don't know what it is, but it's not just the infected anymore. They're evolving. I can hear them. I can feel them. Getting smarter. And I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? I can't do this anymore. They're getting in. Please, please, if anyone's out there, help us. Please. Please, please stay safe. Stay inside. Don't go near the windows. Don't make any noise. We're not safe anymore. We're not safe anywhere. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. But I have to keep going for you. For everyone who's still out there. We're still here. We're still fighting. This is your emergency broadcast. We've lost contact with the survivor group, the safe house. They were supposed to check in again, but we haven't them. Over an hour. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's out there. But I'm telling you, whatever it is, it's getting closer. I can hear it. It's not just the infected anymore. I don't know what to tell you anymore. I've been hearing things that don't make sense. The noises outside the grove, they're different now. They're not like before. It's almost like the infected are being controlled. Or something is controlling them. I can't explain it, but it's like they're smarter now. They're learning. And they're getting better at finding us. That sound, it's not normal. I don't know what it is, but it's not human. Please, please, if you're listening, stay inside. Don't go outside. Do not go near the windows. They're revolving. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. We've got to hold on. We've got to stay strong. I can hear them now. It's not just the growling, like they're talking. They're communicating somehow. I don't know how, but it's getting worse. And I'm scared. I'm really scared. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Please, if anyone's out there, if you're still listening, don't give up. We can't give up. Oh, God, they're here! They're inside, there! I don't know how they got in, but they're here. They're in the building. I can hear them moving through the halls. The scratching, the growling. It's getting dry. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep talking. But I have to. I have to keep going. For you. For everyone still listening. I don't know how much longer I have, but if this is the last time you hear me, please, please stay safe. Stay hidden. Stay quiet. Don't let them find you. Don't let them hear you. Please. Please don't make the same mistake I did. They're here! They're here! Oh, God, please, please. This is your emergency broadcast again. I don't know how to explain this, but I think I'm safe. For now, I've barricaded myself in a small storage room. I can still hear them outside. The infected, I mean. They're still out there. But I've locked myself in. I think they've moved on for now. At least, I hope so. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I'm running low on food and water, and I've got a limited supply of ammo. I don't know how long I can stay here, but I have to hold on. I can't give up. Not now. Not when there's still a chance. I know there's still hope. I've heard rumors, whispers from other survivors that there's a place, a safe zone far from here, somewhere we can go, somewhere we can survive. Believe, you know. After everything that's happened, it's hard to think there's still hope out there. But I've got to believe. I have to. For everyone who's still out there. For those who didn't make it. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. We've got to keep going. We've got to survive. Wait, I think I hear something. It's getting closer. I don't know if it's them or something else. But I can't take any chances. I have to stay quiet. I have to stay hidden. Closer. I don't know if it's just one or more. But I'm not going out there. I'm not leaving this room. Not until I know for sure it's safe. I'm going to wait it out. I have to. Please, if you're still listening, stay safe. Don't do anything stupid. Stay hidden. Stay quiet.
Oh, God, they're here! They found me! I can hear them! They're inside! Oh, God! Please, please help me!
Still out there. I don't know if this is even getting through, but I'm still alive. I don't know how, but I'm still here. I managed to escape. I think I've lost them. For now, I don't know how much longer I can keep running. But I've got to keep going. I've got to survive. All right, I found another building. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. I'm I'm in a small office. I've barricaded the door with whatever I could find. It's quiet for now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I need to focus. I need to make sure I have enough supplies to last. To last as long as I can. Water. Ammo! I've got some supplies. I'll ration them out. But I'm running out of options. I need to find a way out of this place. I can't stay here forever. There has to be a way to reach the safe zone. There has to be. I've heard reports of other survivors, of groups banding together, of people trying to rebuild. If they can do it, if they can survive, then so can I. Oh no. They're back. They're coming. I can hear them. They're outside. They're trying to get in. The barricades won't hold. They won't hold for long. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop them. I've got to make it out of here. I've got to find a way to escape. Please, if anyone's listening, if anyone can hear me, I need help. I need to know I'm not alone. Please, if you're out there, send a signal. Anything. I can't do this by myself. I can't. They're inside. They're inside the building. I have got to go. I've got to move. No time to think. Just move. Keep moving. Stay alive. Know if anyone's hearing this, but I'm still alive. I've made it out. For now, I found a place. It's a small convenience store. I don't think they know I'm here. It's too quiet. I'm hiding in the back, behind the shelves. The lights are flickering, and the air smells stale. But I'm alive. I'm still here. Okay, I've got some food. Some water. I can make it through the night, I think. I'm trying not to think too much. I need to stay focused. I've got to keep moving, keep looking for the safe. I've heard rumors of people who've made it. They're out there. They're alive. I have to find them. I can't be the last one. I can't be alone in this. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? There's something. A voice. It's faint, but I think I'm not alone. Someone else is out there. Maybe it's another survivor. They're trying to reach me. Maybe they can help. Oh, God, please let it be real. Please, let this be real. Hello, is anyone there? This is Sarah. If anyone can hear me, please respond. We've set up a shelter at the old hospital on 5th. We have food, we have supplies. If you can make it, we can help you. Please, if you're out there. We're waiting. Sarah, if you can hear me, I'm coming. I am coming to you. Please, just wait for me. I'm on my way. I can make it. I can do this. Please, I'm coming.
Please, be careful. The infected, they're everywhere. We don't know how much longer we can hold out. Please hurry.
I heard her. She said they have supplies. They're at the hospital. I can't believe it. There's still hope. There's still a chance. I have to get to them. I have to make it. I can't let this be the end. All right, I've got to stay focused. I've got to make it. It's not far. The hospital is just a few miles away. I can do this. I've survived this long. I can make it. I just need to stay quiet. I'll get there. I'll get to safety. I'll find them. I'll find Sarah. Shh. I think I heard something. Please, just let me make it through this. Please, just let me get to the hospital. I don't know what to do. I think they heard me. I think the infected heard me. There was no time to think. I had to run. I had to get out of there. I don't know how many there were, but they were close. Too close. I couldn't stay in the store anymore. It was too dangerous. I'm running now. I'm running to the hospital. I can't stop. I can't slow down. I need to get there. I need to make it. I can't die here. Not like this. Not alone. Not after everything. Oh God, they're coming. I think they're following me. I think they know where I am. I can't see them, but I can hear them. They're getting closer. Please, please, let me make it. I can't. I can hear them. They're getting closer. I can't outrun them. I can't.
Sarah, if you're still out there, please, I'm coming. I'm coming. Please just wait for me. Please don't let me die like this. I can't do this alone. I need you. I need to make it to you.
I can't do this. I can't outrun them. They're too fast. Too many. Please, I just need to make it. I just need to survive. I can't. No.
I can't die like this. I can't. Not like this. Please, somebody help me.
I can't. I'm so close. Please, just let me make it. I just need to make it. I need to survive. I can't let them get me. Not like this. Not now. I won't let it end here. No, I won't let you. I think I lost them. For now. I don't know how much longer I can keep running. My legs, they're giving out. I'm trying to stay quiet. Trying to keep my breathing steady, but it's hard. It's hard to stay calm when you know they're out there. You know they're hunting. You know that at any second, they could. There's something out there. I can hear them. They're close. I don't know how many. Maybe a few, maybe more. I can't tell. It's so quiet, but I can hear their movements, their breathing. It's like they're waiting for me to make a mistake, waiting for me to make a sound. I can't. I've been hiding for too long. I can't just stay here. I need to move. I need to keep going. The hospital. It's not far. I know it's not far. I can make it. I just need to stay quiet. I just need to. Did they hear that? I don't know. Please, don't let them hear me. Please, I can't go back out there. I can't. Not after what happened before. Not after. I think they're closer now. I can hear them. I can hear their feet dragging across the pavement. I think they know I'm here. I think they're getting closer. I don't know what to do. Can't stay here. I can't. No, please. Get away from me. I have to move. I can't stay here. I'll make a run for it. No, I can't. How much longer I can keep this up. My legs they're burning. I can hear them behind me. I can hear their feet dragging. Like they're right there, right on my tail. I thought I could make it, but now I'm not so sure. I've been running for too long. I don't know where I'm going. I just need to get to the hospital. I just need to get there. But it feels like they're always one step behind. Always just behind me. They found me. They found me. I thought I lost them. I thought I lost them, but they're still following me. They're still.
No, please! I can't.
Please, stop. Just stop. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep running. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop them. I don't know. Locked myself in. I've locked myself in the storage room. They're banging on the door. They're trying to get in. They know I'm in here. They know I'm hiding. I can hear them. I can hear them scratching at the door. Please, just leave me alone. Please. They're getting in. They're getting in. I can't. I can't stay here. I can't stay here. I need to move. I need to. Please, don't do this. Don't. No, please. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure where I am anymore. I think they caught up with me. I tried to run, but they were too fast. Strong. Get away. I couldn't. I'm trapped. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of here. I can hear them. They're so close. I think they're coming for me. Please, don't let them get me. Please. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I'm hiding in a storage closet, but they're still here. They're still searching. I can hear them moving around. It's like they know I'm in here. They can smell me. I can feel them getting closer. I don't know how much longer I have. I can't stay here forever. They're right outside. I can hear them. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I can make it. They're coming in. They're coming in. I don't know how to stop them. I don't know how to get out of here. Please, just leave me alone. I can't do this anymore. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of options. I can hear them getting closer. I can hear their footsteps. I don't know what to do. I can't let them find me. I can't. They're right outside the door. They're right there. I can hear them. I can hear their growls. I think they know I'm here. They know I'm hiding. I can't hide anymore. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop them. No, please don't. No, I can't. I don't know what happened. I don't know where I am anymore. I think they've gotten me. I don't know how much longer I have. I don't know what to do anymore. I think they're here. I think they've found me. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fight them. I don't know how to survive. Please, just let me go. Please, just leave me alone. I can't take this anymore. I can't. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. I can feel them getting closer. They're still out there, just waiting. I can't. I don't know if I can make it through this. I don't know if anyone can. I can hear them. They're moving. They know I'm here. I can't hide much longer. I don't know what to do. They're right outside. I can hear them. I can't get out. I can't move. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do anymore. I think they're here. I can hear them moving. They know I'm here. I can hear their growls. I can hear their footsteps getting closer. I don't know what to do. They're right outside. I can't do this anymore. I'm trapped. I don't know how much longer I can last. I can't escape. I think they've found me. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to survive. I can hear them. I think they're right here. I can feel them. No, please, not like this. Is anyone out there? This is, I'm trying to reach anyone who can hear me. Please respond. Hello, is anyone out there? Please, I need help. I can't be alone anymore. Please, I need to know there's someone out there. Someone who can help me. I can't stay here. I can hear them. They're getting closer. I can't breathe. I don't know what to do anymore. What do I do? I don't know how much longer I can last. I can hear them. I can hear their footsteps. They're close. They're so close. No, please. I can't die like this. I can't. I don't want to die. Can anyone hear me? Please, I'm begging you. Just someone respond. I can't be the only one left. Please. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. They're getting closer. They're so close now. I don't know what to do. I think I'm... I don't know if anyone is still listening, but I have to keep trying. I have to keep going. Maybe someone will hear me. Someone will know I'm still here. I'm hiding. I found a place. It's not much, but it's better than being out there. The streets are empty now. No more screaming. No more fighting. Just silence. I don't know how long I've been here. Days, weeks. Time doesn't matter anymore. The world doesn't matter anymore. Not when you're the last one left. A lot. About what happened. About how everything changed so fast. It was like the world just flipped upside down overnight. 1 minute, we were living our lives, going to work, seeing friends. Then the next we were running for our lives, hiding from things that used to be human. I don't know if I can keep doing this. I don't know how much longer I can survive. I'm so tired. Tired of running. Tired of hiding. Tired of being afraid. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe it's better if I just let go. Let the world take me. I don't want to be alone anymore. I don't want to be afraid anymore. Wait, what was that? Did you hear that? Something's out there. It's getting closer. I can't stay here. I have to go. I can't stay here. Hello, is anyone still out there? I don't know what's happening. I think I made a mistake. I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have. Oh God, they're here. They're here.
Please, help me, please. I can't breathe. They're outside. I can hear them. They're coming. I can hear their feet dragging. They're so close.
Please, please, no. I don't want to die. I don't want to be one of them. I just want to survive. They're trying to get in. The windows. Oh God, the windows. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. I can't think straight. Everything's spinning. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I don't know if anyone can hear me. I don't know what happened. I thought they were going to break through the door. I thought it was the end. It's quiet now. Too quiet. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The growls stopped. The scratching stopped. I don't know if they're still out there, waiting, or if they've moved on. I don't know if I should risk it. Okay, I'm going to check. I have to know. I can't just sit here and wait. I don't know what's worse, the silence or the growls. Please let this be over. Please let them be gone. I think I'm okay. The house is still standing, but I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe anywhere anymore. I'm opening the window. I need to get some air. I can't breathe in here. It's too stuffy. Too hot. Fresh air. I needed that. I needed to hear the outside world again. It's so quiet now. I thought I was going crazy. It's strange. It feels like nothing happened. Like everything's fine. But I know it's not. I know it's not. I know they're still out there. They're waiting. They're watching. Wait, what was that? Did you hear that? It's too quiet. I don't like it. I don't like the silence. It's unnatural. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't know who's left out there. It's just me and the silence. I just want to survive. I just want to make it through this, but I don't know if that's even possible anymore. Can anyone hear me? I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. There's something out there. I swear to God, there's something out there. I thought I was just hearing things before. I thought it was the wind, but no. It's not the wind. Did you hear that? Oh God, it's closer now. It's not just the wind. I think they're back. I can't see them, but I can hear them. I don't know how they're getting in. The door was locked. The windows were shut. How did they get in? Oh God, it's so close, I can't.
They're here. They're trying to get in. I can't hold the door much longer. I don't know how much longer I can keep them out. Oh God, what do I do? I can't do this. I can't do this. I don't know how much longer I can keep them out. I don't know if I can survive this, please. Please, someone help me. Help. Someone please help me. I can't hold them off forever. I don't know what to do. I can't.
Is anyone still there? I don't know if I can keep going. The transmission, it's not holding up. I can barely hear myself. The static, it's swallowing everything. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. Did you hear that? It's like a whisper, but it's not coming from me. I swear I heard something. Something's out there. Please tell me I'm not the only one hearing this. There's something out there. I can hear it. It's getting closer. Oh God, it's getting closer. What is that? What is that sound? It's like something's moving around. Something's moving in here with me. I don't know what's happening anymore. There's something in the room with me. I can't see it, but I can hear it. It's moving. Is anyone out there? Please, if you can hear me, help me. Please. I don't know what's happening. The noises, they're getting louder. It's like they're closing in on me. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Please, someone. This is, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. The transmissions, it's breaking down. The equipment is barely working. I'm barely holding on here. I think I've lost contact with the outside world. The things I've heard, they're still out there. I can't see them, but I know they're there. I can hear them moving. Is it getting closer? I can hear something. It's coming closer. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Please, if anyone's listening, help me. I'm losing my mind here. No, please, what is that? I'm not alone. They're in here with me. I can hear them breathing. They're close. They are not human. I don't know what they are, but I can't escape them. I can't escape. No, get away from me. They're everywhere. I don't know what to do. I can't stop them. I can't escape. They're too many. They're everywhere. I can't keep this up. I don't know if anyone is even listening anymore. The signals, it's failing. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Please, if anyone's out there, I need help. Is anyone still out there? I can barely keep the signal alive. It's all falling apart. The transmission, the equipment, it's all failing. They're here. They're right outside. I can hear them. They know I'm here. They're coming for me. I can hear their footsteps, their growls. God, what are they? What are they? Please, someone help me. I can't do this alone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. They're everywhere. They're closing in. I can't see them, but I know they feel them. I can feel them watching me. No, get away from me. I don't know what to do. I can't escape them. They're too many, too strong.
The following moments may contain explicit language. The National Emergency Response Agency, broadcasting live from the Emergency Operations Center. Today is day 5 of the declared Level 5 biological incident. This is your 900 hours daily update. Please remain calm, stay indoors, and continue to follow the safety protocols issued by your local authorities. We understand that many of you have questions and growing concerns. While the situation remains fluid, the agency is committed to providing timely and transparent updates. Together we can navigate these unprecedented circumstances. At this time, we urge all citizens to limit non-essential movement and avoid the designated red zones. The following update includes critical information on affected regions, known symptoms, and survival recommendations. Zone status updates. Zone status updates. As of this morning, containment efforts continue in Zone through FA. Zone A, previously reported as secure, has experienced minor breaches in its perimeter. We strongly advise residents in adjacent areas to remain vigilant and follow established curfew guidelines. Zone C, encompassing the northern suburbs, as a red zone. Reports from this region describe significant increases in infected individuals. Survivors attempting to flee the area have noted erratic behavior among the infected, including prolonged stares at familiar buildings or objects and repetitive movements that suggest faint recollections of prior activities. Zone E, primarily a rural area with limited civilian access. Relief teams are working around the clock to maintain food and medical supplies. However, we caution against venturing into open fields or wooded areas, as reports indicate clusters of infected migrating through these regions. The following areas remain safe zones with reinforced checkpoints: Zone G, Zone H, and Zone J. We remind all citizens to cooperate with checkpoint personnel to ensure the safety of our communities. Secure zones are critical hubs for distribution and communication efforts. Behavior and symptoms. Infected behavior and symptoms. The Behavioral Analysis Division has continued its studies on the infected population. Preliminary findings indicate that the infected exhibit residual neural activity to sporadic behaviors reminiscent of past memories. For example, observed near musical instruments, have attempted repetitive motions as though trying to play. Similarly, some infected have been seen gathering near schools or places of employment, though these behaviors appear erratic and purposeless. Please understand these actions are not signs of consciousness or recovery. Neurological decay and should not be interpreted as a reason for hope or interaction. The infection manifests through the following stages: initial symptoms, fever, disorientation, and an insatiable hungersness. Intermediate pace, loss of higher cognitive functions, and the onset of aggressive, predatory behavior. Full infection becomes non-responsive to pain and operates solely on instinct, with heightened strength and reduced mobility in extreme cases. If you or someone you know begins to exhibit these symptoms, it is imperative to immediately by contacting the National Emergency Hotline at 1-800-ZOMMBIES. Guidelines. Public safety guidelines. To maximize public safety, the following measures are in place effective immediately. Curfew. All movement outside secured premises is prohibited from 1800 to 600 hours. Violation will result in detainment for your protection. Provisions. Each household is entitled to weekly rations. Occur on Mondays and Thursdays at designated supply centers. Bring your ID and ration card for collection. Evacuation orders. If your region is marked for evacuation, follow the instructions of personnel at all times. Avoid carry unnecessary items, as this will delay evacuation efforts. Communication blackout. As may experience temporary loss of internet and telecommunication services. We assure you this is a containment measure and not a sign of governmental collapse. Additionally, we ask that you remain indoors and refrain from approaching infected individuals, regardless of perceived familiarity or harmless behavior. The infected are highly unpredictable and pose an immediate threat to anyone in proximity. Broadcast updates 3 times daily to ensure you remain informed. Your cooperation is vital to our efforts to restore order. Remember, humanity has faced crisis before, and resilience has always prevailed. Stay strong, stay united, and most importantly, stay safe. This is the National Emergency Response Agency signing off until 100 hours. Thank you for your attention, and may we all find strength in the days ahead. This is the National Emergency Response Agency. As part of today's briefing, we bring you verified accounts from survivors in affected areas. These first-hand reports serve not only to inform, but also to remind us of a vigilance and solidarity. The following accounts were recorded over the past 24 hours. Sensitive content may be distressing for some listeners. Survivors from Zone C continue to arrive at checkpoint shelters. If you were separated from loved ones, report their last known location to the Missing Persons Bureau. We will continue our reunification efforts. Now, another report from Zone F, detailing interactions with the infected are consistent with what we know about infected behavior patterns. While residual neural activity may cause infected individuals to perform actions resembling memories or habits, these actions are not signs of recovery. Approach all infected individuals with extreme caution. Familiarity with their past lives does not make them less dangerous. They are not your loved ones anymore. These survivor accounts underline the importance of following all directives and maintaining personal safety. Emotions run high in times like these, but it is critical to act rationally and not allow sentimentality to cloud judgment. We extend our gratitude to those who have shared their experiences and remind everyone that these stories are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. National Emergency Response Agency. In this section of the update, we will provide an overview of the coordinated military response to the outbreak and the ongoing containment efforts. Our armed forces are operating under extreme conditions to ensure public safety and limit the spread of the infection. Please remember, all information shared is intended for public reassurance and awareness. Specific details that could compromise operational security will be omitted. Containment zones and deployment updates. As of 600 hours this morning, containment zones have been established in 15 metropolitan areas across the country. These zones are reinforced with physical barriers, surveyors, and round-the-clock military patrols. Major efforts are concentrated in Zone A, with the highest reported infection rates. Zone C acting as a secondary containment line to slow infection spread into rural communities. Zone F, critical for securing food supply chains and ensuring resource stability. Each zone has been equipped with quarantine facilities, tactical response units, and supply depots for personnel and civilians. With infected populations, engagement protocols are designed to minimize risk to both military personnel and civilians. Rules of engagement prioritize containment over eradication, but all infected individual mediate threats are neutralized. Our soldiers are trained to recognize the behaviors associated with residual memory. For instance, zones indicate that some infected may gather in familiar locations such as schools, shopping centers, or even their former residences. It is crucial to understand these behaviors are remnants of neural activity, not signs of cognition or recovery. The infected remain extremely dangerous, regardless of perceived passivity. Humanitarian operations. Our forces are also actively engaged in humanitarian operations. These include evacuation missions, coordinating with local authorities to safely relocate civilians from high-risk areas, restrops, delivering essential supplies such as food, water, and medical aid to survivors in isolated regions, reunification efforts, facilitating the location and transport of separated family members to designated safe zones. We urge all civilians to cooperate fully with evacuation orders and to report their needs to the nearest military outpost or emergency hotline. An encounter report, Operation Iron Veil. To illustrate the challenges faced by our troops, here is a declassified account from Operation Iron Veil, conducted in Zone B last night. A tactical squad was dispatched to secure a power substation critical to the region's energy grid. Upon arrival, of infected gathered near the facility's main entrance. One soldier noted unusual behavior. The infected seemed fixated on a vending machine inside the lobby. Several appeared to mimic the motion of press buttons or peering into the glass. This brief distraction allowed the squad to secure the perimeter without immediate confrontation. However, it also raised questions about how much these residual behaviors influence infected movements and group dynamics. These incidents are under continuous study to refine our engagement strategies and containment tactics. public cooperation and support. While our military works tirelessly on the front lines, we rely on the cooperation of every citizen to maintain control. Here's how you can help. Follow all directives. Evacuate when ordered with curfews and avoid restricted zones. Report sightings. Communication channels to inform authorities of infected sightings or unusual behaviors. Stay informed. Access official broadcasts and updates regularly for accurate information. Our forces remain committed to their containment, protection, and eventual recovery. We honor their bravery and sacrifice in these unprecedented times. National Emergency Response Agency. In this segment, we will discuss the latest scientific findings regarding the nature of the infection, its transmission patterns, and ongoing efforts to develop a countermeasure. This information is shared to promote awareness and transparency while urging all citizens to remain vigilant. Scientific teams have classified the infection as a neuroviral pathogen with unique properties, designated HZNV13 as host zombie neurological virus 13. This virus is unlike any we have previously encountered. Key characteristics include rapid transmission. Spread occurs primarily through bites or exposure to infected bodily fluids. Transmission through aerosols remains unconfirmed but is under investigation. Neural hijacking. The virus primarily targets the brain, reactivating neural circuits to induce motor functions despite the host's biological death. Residual memories. Infected individuals display behaviors suggesting faint neural echoes, such as revisiting familiar locations or mimicking prior habits. Research is ongoing to determine how these neural echoes might influence movement patterns and group clustering among the infected. Warning signs and symptoms. It is critical to identify potential cases as early as possible. The initial symptoms of HZNV13 infection include high fever and chills, typically within the first 6 hours of fatigue, sudden onset of muscle weakness and lethargy, neurological changes, erratic eye movement disorientation, and hyperaggression within 24 hours. If you or anyone you know experiences these symptoms after potential exposure, seek medical isolation immediately. Early containment is vital to preventing widespread transmission. Ongoing research efforts. Our brightest minds are collaborating across laboratories worldwide to develop a vaccine or treatment for HZNV13. Current research areas include pathogen genome mapping. Scientists are seeing the virus's genetic structure to identify potential vulnerabilities. Antiviral compounds that could inhibit viral replication in controlled environments. Immune response studies, analyzing survivors who were exposed but did not convert to identify potential immunity factors. While progress is being made, a viable countermeasure remains months, if not years away. Until then, containment and prevention are our strongest tools. Field observation. Anomaly cases. A recent field study has documented a peculiar anomaly among infected individuals in Zone D. A group of infected was observed exhibiting synchronized behavior, all standing motionless in a semi-circle around a burned-out vehicle. Researchers theorize that specific environmental triggers, such as objects linked to strong emotional memories, might elicit such group behaviors. Understanding these patterns could allow us to predict and manipulate infected movements for safer containment. Science Initiative, we are calling upon the public to assist in our research efforts by reporting unusual infected behaviors or patterns in your area. Observations should be sent to the Citizen Science Hotline, where data will be analyzed by trained experts. Please include as much detail as possible, such as time and location of observation, description of the infected's actions, any environmental factors that might have influenced behavior, information and myths. Lastly, we must address the spread of misinformation regarding the infection. Myth: infected individuals can be cured through traditional medicine. Unfortunately, this is false. There is no treatment currently available. Myth: the infected retain full consciousness and communicate. This is also false. Any observed behavior is a result of residual neural activity, not awareness or intent. Rely only on verified information shared through official broadcasts such as this one. Spreading false information puts lives at risk and undoes our collective efforts. Our Our science is our greatest hope in combating this unprecedented crisis. We thank the dedicated researchers and medical professionals risking their lives daily to uncover solutions. Together, through perseverance and cooperation, we will prevail. This concludes the scientific research segment. Up next, we will address societal impacts and the mental health toll of the outbreak. Stay tuned. As the outbreak progresses, we recognize the profound impact this crisis is having on our communities, our families, and our collective mental health. In this section, we'll address societal challenges, provide practical advice for coping with the psychological strain of these unprecedented times. Normalcy has been disrupted for millions, and places of worship are closed. Supply chains for essential goods remain under immense strain, and movement restrictions limit contact with loved ones. These changes can be overwhelming, leading to feeling isolation, fear, and despair. Here are some ways to adapt. Establish a routine, even in the confines of your home or shelter. Schedule can provide a sense of stability. Focus on small goals. Accomplishing even minor tasks can boost morale and give you a sense of purpose. Stay informed, not overwhelmed. Limit exposure to distressing news. Choose reliable sources and set specific times to check updates. The psychological toll of an event like this cannot be underestimated. With feelings of hopelessness or anxiety, you are not alone. Recognize the signs of stress and take steps to manage them. Symptoms of stress: trouble sleeping, irritability, difficulty concentrating, and symptoms like headaches or muscle tension. Practice grounding techniques, deep breathing, mindfulness, or focusing on simple. Reduce feelings of panic. Connect with others. Even if physical contact is not possible, stay in touch through available communication methods. For those in need of immediate assistance, our national hotline is 24/7 with mental health professionals trained to provide support during this crisis. Despite the challenges, incredible acts of courage and kindness across the country, communities are coming together to support one another, offering food, supplies, and shelter to those in need. Examples of resilience include neighborhood watch groups helping to maintain safety, volunteer networks distributing food and medical supplies, in windows or shared online. We urge all citizens to contribute to this spirit of solidarity in whatever way they can. Every small act of kindness makes a difference. As resources dwindle and tough become inevitable, we must approach these situations with empathy and fairness. Whether it's rationing food or prioritizing medical care, guide our actions. Remember, value every life. Each individual matters regardless of their situation. Share equitably. Ensure resources are distributed fairly, especially to the most vulnerable among us. Avoid panic behavior. Hoarding and selfishness only worsen the situation for everyone. False information spreads rapidly during crisis. Panic and harmful decisions. Verify rumors before sharing them, and rely only on trusted authorities for updates. Common myths being debunked include: drinking specific solutions can cure the infection. This is false and dangerous. Government facilities are secretly hoarding vaccines. As of now, no vaccine exists. If you encounter misinformation, needed hotline. Together, we can combat fear with truth. Even in the darkest moments, there is hope. History has shown humanity's remarkable capacity to endure and rebuild. This crisis will pass, and we will emerge stronger for having faced it together. Take comfort in the knowledge that you are not alone. The government, scientific community, and your fellow citizens are working tirelessly to restore safety and normalcy. Stay strong, stay safe, and stay united. As we continue to adapt to this rapidly evolving crisis, we must focus on essential survival strategies. This broadcast will provide critical advice on managing resources, staying safe, and protecting your loved ones. These guidelines are designed to maximize your chances of survival and maintain order within your community. And nutritious food is paramount during emergencies. Here's how to secure and manage your supplies. Water. Boil water for at least 1 minute if you suspect contamination. Use purification tablets or filtrate systems when available. Store water in sealed, sanitized containers. Each person needs at least 1 gallon of water per day. Food. Perishable items such as canned goods, dried beans, rice, and pasta. Rotate your stock to prevent spoilage. Keep manual can openers on hand. Portion control. Ration carefully, consuming smaller portions to extend supplies while maintaining energy levels. Avoid scavenging from dangerous areas, and do not consume food from compromised packaging. Shelter is vital. Protect your space and plan for contingencies. Fortify your shelter. Reinforce doors and windows using wooden boards, metal bars, or heavy furniture. Ensure there are no easy entry points for sentinel threats. Safe zones. Identify a safe room within your home, preferably one with minimal windows and sturdy walls. See supplies including first aid kits, flashlights, and communication devices. Escape routes. Plan at least 2 exit strategies in case your shelter becomes compromised. Share these plans with everyone in your household. While we hope for a swift resolution, the situation remains volatile. Consider the following. Basic weaponry. Using household items such as baseball bats, crowbars, or knives. Use firearms only if you are trained and can do so safely. Defensive tactics. Avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Use barriers and secure hiding spots to evade threats. Alertness. Stay vigilant at all times. Keep watch and shifts, especially during nighttime hours. Being caught unaware. Staying connected can mean the difference between life and death. Use these strategies to maintain communication. Radio. Tune into emergency frequencies for updates. Battery, powered or hand craned, reliable when the power grid is down. Signaling. Use flashlights, whistles with neighbors to communicate silently when needed. Community networks. Establish a local support group to share resources, skills, and information. Cooperation strengthens resilience, maintaining hygiene to prevent illness and infection. Sanitation. Dispose of waste properly. Dig latrines away from living and water areas. Early when cleaning. Personal hygiene. Wash hands regularly with soap and water or use alcohol-based sanitizers. Medical supplies. Stock up on over-the-counter medicines, bandages, and antiseptics. Treat mind immediately to prevent complications. Be mindful of exhaustion and stress as they weaken the immune system. Supplies. Prioritize safety. Scout locations. Observe potential scavenging sites from a distance before approaching. Travel light. Carry only essentials to ensure mobility. Avoid confrontation. If you conjure others, prioritize de-escalation and retreat over conflict. Remember, preparation is not just about survival. It's about resilience. Your ability to stay calm, work together, and adapt will help us endure these trying times. We'll be back with more guidance tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay prepared, and look out for one another. Regarding the evolving behavior of the infected and insights into the psychological challenges you may face as survivors. We've been tracking reports from multiple sources and have identified key changes in the behavior of the infected. These updates are critical for your ongoing safety. Initially, the infected exhibited unpredictable, erratic movements, animal instincts. However, we've observed notable changes over the past few weeks. The infected seem to retain traces of their former emotions, though these are fleeting and unreliable. It's important to note the following. Emotional triggers. Some of the infected have been seen responding to specific stimuli, such as the sound of a crying child, or even certain smells. These reactions are inconsistent and often do not last long, but they suggest that the infected may still hold fragments of their past emotional experiences. Mimicking behavior in rare to individuals have been seen imitating the actions of survivors, such as trying to open doors or manipulate objects. Surprised that this is a result of their deteriorating memory functions as they attempt to replicate learned behaviors from before the outbreak. Aggression cycles. Though aggression remains a constant, the infected's attacks to come in waves. After periods of intense activity, they often enter a dormant state. Unpredictable and varies from individual to individual. As survivors, the psychological toll of this crisis cannot be overstated. The stress of constant danger, isolation, and loss can severely affect your mental health. Here are key points for mental and emotional well-being. Isolation. Many survivors are isolated in their shelters. Other survivors. This isolation can lead to depression, anxiety, and paranoia, It's critical to maintain regular contact with others, whether through radio communication or other means. Post-traumatic stress. If you've experienced direct encounters with the infected or lost loved ones, you may be suffering from PTSD. Symptoms can include flashbacks and hypervigilance. Try to establish a routine, focus on tasks, and when possible, take breaks to avoid mental exhaustion. Group dynamics. If you're part of a group, tension may arise. Scarcity of resource, differing priorities, and personal grief can lead to conflicts. Establish clear communication and leadership roles, and prioritize collaboration. Holding on to hope is essential, but so is confronting the reality of the situation. False hope can lead to poor decision-making, but complete despair is equally dangerous. Balance is key. Acknowledge the dire circumstances, but never lose sight of your will to survive. Key psychological tips for coping. Maintain routine. Establish daily routines. Small. Whether it's preparing meals, keeping watch, or other tasks, maintaining structure can provide a sense of control. Limit exposure to triggers. If you find certain noises, sights, or actions particularly stressing, limit your exposure to them, whether it's the sight of the infected or the sound of a distant attack. Is vital for mental stability. Focus on the present. Don't dwell too much on the past or worry about an uncertain future. Survival depends on focusing on what you can control in the present moment. Reach out, communicate with fellow survivors, even if it's only a brief exchange. Isolation will only exacerbate feelings of hopelessness. Support in your community. No one can survive alone for long. Stay vigilant, but also remember that the mind is just as crucial as the body in survival. A calm, clear mind will help you make better decisions, avoid panic, and increase your chances of survival. Continue to monitor local broadcasts and stay connected to your fellow survivors. We'll be back with further updates. For now, take care of your physical and mental health. Another emergency broadcast update focusing on crisis communications and the government's role in ensuring long-term survival during the ongoing outbreak. As we continue to monitor the situation, it is important to recognize that we are in the early stages of a global crisis. Federal and local governments are working tirelessly to maintain some level of coordination, but it is clear that resources are stretched thin and trust in institutions is beginning to erode. However, without proper channels of communication, survival efforts will be significantly hampered. Or to underestimate the importance of official communication during these chaotic times. It is vital that every survivor, community, and group of people follows government-issued broadcasts, even if they seem uncertain or complete. The government's role in providing updates, strategic plans, and safety measures remains crucial. Broadcasts serve as lifelines for coordination, helping us understand the scope of the outbreak and what actions need to be taken. Despite the collapse of many infrastructures, our government's emergency channels are still functioning. Their reach is limited. Radio frequencies, satellite signals, communications continue to operate for the time being. Survivors should ensure they are tuned into the correct channels for regular updates. While we are seeing some breakdowns in order, these broadcasts will provide the best available information. Communication systems, even government-led ones, have proven less reliable than anticipated. Satellite networks are sporadic, and the infected are causing major interference in some regions. This disruption hampers our ability to share vital information. It is critical that survivors understand this and do not rely solely on government broadcasts. Self-sufficiency will be key in the coming months. Communication with other groups and survivors is equally important. Be aware that some areas have lost all forms of communication with the outside world. These remote areas are considered isolated zones. If you are in of these areas, you must rely on manual methods of communication, such as signals, pre-established codes, and SOS points, until communications are re-established. The emergency response units, though stretched thin, are working to maintain order and support evacuation efforts. However, we must manage expectations. The response teams have limited resources, and there are areas of the country that they cannot reach. Local emergency teams might be your best chance for immediate support, but even they may not be fully equipped to handle large-scale emergencies. Evacuation centers are still functioning, but access is difficult and unpredictable. Expect that you might need to travel significant distances. Always be prepared for delays or the possibility of center locations changing. Government-provided shelters are operational, but the quality of support varies depending on proximity to major infected zones. It's critical that you work closely with local authorities. Government will be relying on trusted local officials and community leaders to help maintain order and manage evacuations. These local leaders are on the front lines of the crisis, and they are often the first to receive updates or assistance. Survivors must be vigilant. Individuals or groups may attempt to manipulate these lines of communication for personal gain. Reports of organized groups exploiting vulnerable communities have surfaced, and we urge caution when dealing with others who may have your best interests in mind. Trust your local authorities, but verify information before taking action. Think about long-term survival. The early days of the outbreak were marked by chaos, but we are entering a phase where survival will require greater foresight. As much as the government is trying to maintain order, it's that individuals and groups will need to develop self-reliance. Stockpiling essential supplies is a must. Food and medicine should be prioritized, but you must also plan for shelter, defense, and the ability to maintain personal security. The infected are not our only threat. The disintegration of social order, lack of resources, and psychological strain will present their own challenges in the days to come. Every survivor to continue to adapt, evolve, and prepare for what lies ahead. Government resources will be stretched thinner and thinner, and it is likely that you will need to rely on your own survival skills in the future. Community networks and survivor groups will be crucial for long-term survival. Finally, survivors to continue monitoring these broadcasts. While the situation is dire, staying informed about infection rates, evacuation routes, and government actions will remain the best strategy for navigating this crisis. Always, these broadcasts will contain vital updates, especially on evacuation routes and emerging safe zones. This update addresses the emotional and psychological toll that the ongoing outbreak is having on survivors. While physical survival remains critical, we cannot ignore the mental and emotional strain that many are facing. As the situation continues to worsen, are not only dealing with the threat of infection, but also with the fear, anxiety, and trauma that accompanies such an unprecedented crisis. The constant fear of being attacked, of the unknown, and the anxiety of losing lovers is overwhelming. This emotional burden weighs heavily on survivors, and it can affect decision-making. Infected, unpredictable weather patterns, and dwindling resources all contribute to a sense of dread that permeates every day. Psychological distress has already begun to manifest in violent behaviors, irrationals, and elements of overwhelming despair. These reactions are a natural part of dealing with such extreme trauma. Also make survival more difficult. As we continue to encounter more groups of survivors, it is imperative that we recognize signs of psychological strain and offer support where we can. One of the most harrowing aspects of outbreak is the emotional toll of losing loved ones to the infection. Survivors report a crushing sense of helplessness as they watch family and friends slowly transform into the very creatures they are fighting against. Some have even shared stories of seeing familiar faces among the infected, an unnerving reminder that no one is safe. For those who are in the unfortunate position of witnessing the transformation of a loved one, we understand the extreme emotional strain this causes. It is essential to remember that each survivor will cope differently, and it is okay to seek help or take breaks when needed. Of witnessing these transformations is not something anyone should face alone. Many survivors are experiencing a growing sense of isolation. In the early days, there was hope for re-establishing contact with others, but now as communication lines are failing and transportation has become a rarity, find themselves alone or surrounded only by strangers. This isolation can lead to severe mental distress, including depression and feelings of abandonment. Some survivors have formed small communities, but even these groups can be fragile, filled with tension, mistrust, and the ever-present fear of betrayal. The need for human connection is a driving force, but we are also seeing reports of survivors becoming more paranoid, less trusting, and more likely to make decisions out of fear rather than logic. As much as physical survival's critical, mental health is equally important in the coming days. Survivors are encouraged to create routines, to give a sense of normalcy and structure to their days. Regular tasks, such as organizing supplies or maintaining a shelter, can help provide a feeling of accomplishment and distract from overwhelming thoughts. It is also vital that you reach out to others when possible, even if only for brief interactions. Shared conversation or a reminder that you are not alone can make all the difference. The importance of emotional connections cannot be overstated. Those who can find people they trust, even in small groups, will be better equipped to handle the mental strain ahead. Mental resilience is something that can be built, but it takes time and effort. Survivors are urged to take care of their mental health just as much as their physical health. The continuous fight for survival, combined with emotional trauma, is bound to wear down even the strongest of individuals. Resilience involves acknowledging your emotional state without letting it dictate your actions. Recognize when you are overwhelmed and allow yourself moments of rest or respite. Accept that not every decision will be perfect, and that you must adapt as best you can to this ever-changing, hostile world. For some, support may come in the form of group therapy, communal sharing of experiences, or even basic stress relief activities like deep breathing or meditation. Many survivors have shared how the memories of loved ones or former lives continue to haunt them. These memories, while often painful, can also be sources of strength. For some, happier times provides the motivation to survive, while for others, it fuels a deep sense of loss and despair. There have been reports of survivors keeping personal items from their past, foes' letters, or even familiar scents, as a way holding on to what was once normal. While these memories may sometimes bring pain, ground us in moments of chaos. You are not defined by the outbreak or the loss you have experienced. Your memories, your emotions, and your resilience are what will guide you through this. Hope, the vital force in an uncertain future. As bleak as things may seem, hope remains one of the most powerful motivators for survivors. Falls apart, the drive to protect those we love and rebuild our communities continues to propel many of us forward. Hope is not a naive fantasy, it is a choice to continue in the face of overwhelming odds. It is a maintained hope, even in small things. Whether that's the belief that the infection can be contained, that resources can be replenished, or simply that life, in whatever form it takes, will continue. The human spirit is capable of more than we give it credit for. If we can hold on to hope, even in the darkest moments, we might just have a chance to rebuild. Addresses critical preparations that survivors must make in the event of the worst-case scenario. While hope is important, the reality is that we must all be prepared for the possibility of escalating threats. As resource deplete, the infected continue to multiply. It is essential to have a clear plan in place. Most vital asset, if you are not already fortified, now is the time to secure your living space. In the worst-case scenario, you will need a strong, defensible position. This means reinforcing doors, windows, and any other potential entry points. Consider using furniture, debris, or scrap materials to bolster weak spots. An area, high ground, or isolated buildings with secure exits are preferred. While supplies are already scarce, now is the time to gather whatever you can. The bare essentials include water, non-perishable food, aid kits, medical supplies, and tools for building or repairing shelter. Consider weapons for self-defense. They're useless if you don't have the proper ammunition or skills to use them. If possible, prioritize items that are reusable and compact. Think solar-powered lights, multi-purpose tools, and materials that will help you remain mobile if needed. Establish a communication system with other survivors, but do so cautiously. Networks fail and power grids collapse. You will need alternative methods of reaching out. Radios, flares, or any signaling devices that could attract attention from distant survivors. If you are fortunate enough to be near a group, a central meeting point should be established. Otherwise, have plans in place to relocate or connect with others based on previously mapped locations. Should the worst happen, staying mobile becomes essential. While it's tempting to hunker down and wait for rescue, the truth is that the longer you stay in one place, more likely you are to attract attention, both from the infected and potentially hostile survivors. If movement becomes necessary, avoid high-traffic areas and always move in small groups. If you must travel alone, stick to the shadows and keep to secluded routes. As time passes, the focus will inevitably shift from survival to long-term sustainability. This includes finding ways to grow food, create clean water, and ensure proper hygiene, which will become even more critical in the weeks and months to come. Establishing a routine for these tasks will help manage the stress of daily life and ensure the well-being of everyone involved. Sustainability is about adaptability and maintaining hope in even the darkest times. Even in the worst-case scenario, it's essential to remember the emotional toll of the ongoing crisis. Overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation will likely continue to intensify. It's important to acknowledge this and not ignore the psychological effects. Survivors who ignore these feelings may find themselves exhausted, which compromises their physical well-being. In such a time, knowing when to rest, take breaks, on mental recovery is just as important as physical preparation. As we face these difficult times, your survival will depend on a blend of preparation, strategy, and the will to continue. Trust in your instincts, but remember mental strength will be your greatest asset. Keep your focus, remain adaptable, and always be ready to make difficult choices. Continues to affect large populations worldwide. The scientific community remains focused on finding both immediate solutions and long-term responses to the situation. This section provides an overview of current research efforts and the strategies being employed to understand the nature of the infection and combat its effects. International research teams are actively investigating the origins of the zombie infection. Initial findings suggest the virus or pathogen responsible for this transformation is unlike anything seen before. With no prior case studies to rely on, researchers have turned to studying the infected, their behavior, environmental triggers that might explain the widespread contamination. In laboratories around the world, genetic samples and tissue cultures are being analyzed, though progress has been slow. Some scientists speculate that the virus or pathogen causing the reanimation of the dead may involve complex genetic alterations. This may be designed to reprogram the body's functions at a cellular level, reviving it in a state driven by aggression and the need to feed. The exact mechanisms that allow these altered bodies to continue to move without organs or normal brain functions are still a mystery, but promising breakthroughs are being reported. Particular interest is the retention of memory and emotions in the infected. Early research indicates that while most of the infected lack higher cognitive abilities, some retain faint memories or emotional triggers. These explain why some zombies appear to be drawn to certain places, individuals, or even specific objects. If it proves to be accurate, it could alter our understanding of zombie behavior and offer new strategies for avoiding them. While the focus remains on survival, a significant number of laboratories are conducting tests to find a vaccine that could prevent or cure the infection. However, efforts have faced setbacks due to the virus's unpredictability and rapid mutation. Trials are ongoing in isolated facilities, with some early-stage vaccines showing promise in animal subjects, though human trials have yet to begin. Quarantines are still being enforced across large regions. Isolation zones are established in areas where the infection has reached a critical mass. Research within these zones is heavily restricted due to the dangers of cross-contamination. However, the controlled environment of these zones has allowed for the study of infected individuals, holding key data in understanding the virus's spread and its long-term effects on both individuals and the population at large. While the pursuit of knowledge is vital, the scientific community faces significant ethicals in its research. Questions regarding the treatment of the infected, the use of survivors in experiments, and the potential exploitation of the virus for military or other purposes have led to debates. Efforts for international cooperation are ongoing, but countries remain divided in their priorities and methods of dealing with the outbreak. We urge all survivors to stay informed and remain cautious as the research and scientific community works tirelessly to understand the infection and develop responses. Please continue to monitor emergency broadcasts for updated info and guidelines. Growing chaos and overwhelming threats of the zombie outbreak, the mental toll on survivors has become a significant concern. As the infection continues to spread, many individuals are grappling with trauma, stress, and the loss of loved ones. The strain of constant danger, isolation, contributing to a mental health crisis that threatens to destabilize communities already on the brink. Survivors are not only dealing with the horror of living through the apocalypse, but also with the deep psychological of witnessing violence and death. Survivor guilt has become a widespread issue. To escape or save others often feel intense remorse for the loved ones they couldn't protect or for the choices they made in the heat of the moment. This guilt can result in depression, anxiety, and sometimes suicidal thoughts. One of the greatest challenges survivors face is the overwhelming sense of loss. Friends, family, communities are wiped out in the early stages of the outbreak. The inability to grieve or process these losses in traditional ways only deepens the emotional burden. Survivors are isolated from the support systems they once relied on, further exacerbating feelings of loneliness and helplessness. Isolation can lead to psychological decay, individuals spiraling into despair. Being constantly on edge, fearing for your life every moment, is taking its toll. The threat of zombie attacks is ever present, and this constant vigilance contributes to a heightened state of stress. Survivors are unable to relax or sleep properly, which exacerbates their mental health struggles. Mind are under constant stress, which can lead to burnout, hallucinations, and emotional instability. Some survivors have developed coping mechanisms to help them manage the overwhelming emotions and stress. These include new routines, focusing on immediate survival needs and forming tight-knit groups for mutual support. However, not all coping strategies are healthy. Desensitization to violence, obsessive focus on revenge or survival, and emotional numbing are common responses that can harm individuals in the long term. While many survivors may not have access to traditional therapy, organizations have begun offering makeshift mental health services in the form of support groups or trained volunteers. These efforts are still in their infancy, with limited resources. However, any form of emotional can be vital for helping survivors process their trauma and move forward with their lives. Important to remember, for those of you who are struggling, you are not alone. There are survivors who understand the unique pain you are going through. We encourage anyone experiencing overwhelming emotional distress to seek help around you or from local survivor groups when possible. Post-traumatic stress disorders, PTSD, is already a significant risk for many survivors, as repeated exposure to horrific events can permanently alter their psychological state. Symptoms of PTSD may include nightmares, flashbacks, panic attacks, and an exaggerated startle response. Psychological conditions make it difficult for survivors to function in everyday tasks, much less adapt to an ever-changing and dangerous world. Treatment for PTSD is limited in the current climate, making the burden even heavier. We advise all survivors to take moments of respite when possible. While it may seem like there's no time to rest in a world like this, mental clarity can make the difference in making better decisions and staying alive. As we continue to monitor the ongoing crisis, it's imperative for survivors to remain resourceful. The supply of essential goods is running low in many regions, and the ability to adapt quickly can mean the difference between life and death. This section will cover important resources, survival strategies that can help you endure the unpredictable challenges of the outbreak. Water, food, and medical supplies remain the cornerstones of survival. Water filtration systems or access to clean water should be prioritized above all else. In urban areas, water can be harvested from pipes or rainwater. Boil it or use purification tablets to ensure safety. Food is in scarce supply, and the pressure duration can test the limits of your creativity. Canned goods, dried foods, and packaged meals are your best bet for long-term sustenance. Hunting or scavenging for food is a viable option, but it comes with significant risk. Growing your own food in small urban gardens can also be a sustainable option for those with the skills. Basic medical supplies are becoming increasingly rare. A well-stocked first aid kit should include bandages, antiseptics, pain antibiotics if you can find them. Common infections can quickly become fatal in the absence of proper treatment. Any survivors with medical experience should consider working together to create a field hospital or makeshift clinic for treating the wounded. Finding and fortifying shelter is essential to avoid becoming a target for zombies or hostile humans. Houses should be well hidden, secure, and equipped with emergency exits. Ideally, shelter should have multiple levels or escape routes. Avoid large cities as they are overcrowded and prone to chaos. Small rural communities offer better opportunities for safety and resource acquisition. Defense is critical when facing both the infected and hostile human groups. Weapons are essential, but knowledge of how to use them is equally important. Guns, knives, and improvised weapons can provide a sense of security, but survivors should also learn hand-to-hand combat techniques for close encounters. Additionally, alarms around your shelter can provide early warning systems. Traveling between safe zones requires careful planning. Always move in groups to increase your chances of survival, and avoid high-traffic areas where are likely to roam. Stay out of sight and keep noise to a minimum to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Possible, but be cautious. Fuel is scarce and roadblocks may make travel difficult. Effective communication can make all the difference in survival. Radios, signal flares, and written messages can help coordinate X between survivor groups. If you find a functioning radio, use it to listen for updates or potential rescue efforts. Full of other groups listening in, keep your transmissions short and cryptic to avoid detection. Surviving with others requires strong leadership and cooperation. Forming a group of trusted individuals can enhance your chances of survival, but it also introduces complexities. Leadership must be clear. These should be divided based on skills. Trust is paramount, as betrayal in these times can be lethal. Survival is about being adaptable, resourceful, and vigilant. Stay connected with other survivors when possible, and never forget that your safety depends not just on your actions, but on the choices of those around you. Together, we can endure and rebuild. Pose the most immediate threat, it's important to acknowledge the increasing danger posed by hostile human groups. In these early days, desperation drives people to commit acts that can be just as deadly as the undead, whether it's scavenging for resources, establishing dominance, or simply taking advantage of the chaos. Groups are a growing concern. Throughout the collapse of civil order, we've seen the rise of armed gangs, rogue survivalists, and organized militias. These groups will often fight for territory or fight to establish their own or new order, making them as dangerous as the zombies they seek to escape. Are advised to stay clear of any groups that show signs of being overly territorial or hostile. Even groups that initially seem to offer safety can turn on you quickly. It's always better to remain isolated unless absolute necessary. Hostile groups are unpredictable. Some prefer to negotiate or barter for supplies. Demand your resources without question. Many of these groups resort to force as their primary form of control. Trust is a rare commodity, and betrayal often lurks within the ranks. Know that they are not just a threat to your physical safety. Some of these groups have been known to target the vulnerable. Women, children, acting on base instincts or a desire to assert power. Hostile groups are often armed, and their presence can be identified by their behavior. Look for signs of violence, intimidation, and a lack of empathy toward others. They may also isolate themselves from the wider survivor community and operate under strict hierarchies. Have even taken to disguising their true intentions, posing as helpers to lure unsuspecting individuals into their traps. Listen for the sound of gunfire or distant shouting. Be alert to large groups moving in unison. They tend to travel in packs, and the more organized they are, the more dangerous they become. In a situation where confrontation is inevitable, remember that survival comes first. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. If you are approached, try to de-escalate the situation by being non-confrontational, avoiding eye contact. The more passive and compliant you appear, the less likely you are to be targeted. Turn violent, escape should be your priority. Use any distractions or resources around you to your advantage. If you have to fight, fight to survive, not to win, and always keep a way out. As food and medical supplies grow leasing scarce, desperation will drive more people to the brink of madness. Do anything to get what they need, and the more they suffer, the more dangerous they become. Survivors should be vigilant in keeping their defenses up, as the threat of these desperate individuals is only going to increase. While the zombie threat remains paramount, don't underestimate the danger posed by other survivors. Their numbers are increasing, and the desperation to survive can turn even the most peaceful of people into cold, ruthless individuals. Survivors are left to fend for themselves in this uncertain world. There are still pockets of research being conducted to understand the virus and its effects on both the living and the infected. Governments, military groups, and a few organizations are making efforts to research the outbreak. Evacuation is now a major hurdle. Despite the chaos, scientists around the world have not given up. There are reports of research labs working day and night, studying the origins of the infection and how it spreads. Efforts focused on identifying the virus's genetic makeup, understanding how it takes control of the human body. Most critically, whether a cure or vaccine could be developed. However, the sheer scale of the outbreak has made these efforts extraordinarily difficult. Many of the most vital research centers have been overrun or abandoned, leaving a few isolated locations where progress is being made. In the early days of the outbreak, we're quick to deploy military forces to combat the infection. The strategy involved isolating the most affected regions, establishing quarantine zones, and attempting to control the flow of civilians fleeing infected areas. But as the virus spread faster than anticipated, these efforts proved inadequate. Now, military factions are working in conjunction with scientists to study and monitor the infection. Some have even resorted to using captured infected individuals in controlled environments to better understand how the virus manipulates the brain. This research is crucial, but it comes at great risk of communication now either down or unreliable. The challenge of gathering and distributing scientific knowledge is immense. Many of the research teams are isolated, and even basic reports or data transmissions are often late or incomplete. This lack of information creates gaps in our understanding of how the infection behaves. Vulnerable to its ever-changing nature, some researchers believe that the virus might be mutating, developing new strains that could be even more dangerous than what we've seen so far. Early reports of super-infected, heightened strength or intelligence have emerged, though these accounts remain unverified. Ongoing efforts to contain the outbreak. Quarantine zones are still in effect in some regions. These zones are heavily guarded, and entry or exit is strictly controlled. If you are in one of these zones, it is crucial to follow the protocols. Maintain distance from infected individuals, report any symptoms immediately. Always wear protective gear. Authorities are also working to identify safe zones where survivors can seek refuge, though the security of these locations is uncertain. If you are considering travel, be sure to check with any governmental sources for updates on safety and secure routes. Continue to focus on the possibility of a cure, though there are still many unknowns. Some are optimistic, believing that with enough time and the right resources, a vaccine or treatment could be developed. However, the situation grows more dire every day, and the resources necessary for large-scale research are dwindling. As we look toward the future, the question remains, will we find a way to stop this infection, or is humanity doomed to be consumed by it? That concludes the current status of the research efforts. Please remain vigilant and safe. Your survival may depend on it. Survivors listening, this is a critical message. We know the world feels uncertain, and you might be questioning whether there's any hope left. But know this: humanity hasn't been wiped out. Every day, individuals are surviving, finding ways to continue, whether by securing food, protecting safe zones, with other survivors to rebuild. If you're receiving this transmission, you still have a chance. While our communications network is limited, there are still some channels open. We urge you to stay tuned for updates. Reach out to survivors when possible, and always remain on the move if safety dictates. Life may be your last. Some regions are still trying to maintain a semblance of order, though it is unclear how long this will last. It is vital to remain connected with any groups or networks, even if it's through short-burst communication. If you hear any updates or emergency broadcasts, we implore you to act on them quickly. As become increasingly scarce, we ask all survivors to prioritize their needs carefully. Water, food, medical supplies, these will be your lifelines. However, as you search for these resources, be mindful of the danger surrounding them. Infected zones are often the areas where food is still available. But be warned, they're heavily populated with the infected. Don't underestimate the threat. Even in what seem like safe zones, the risk of an outbreak can escalate quickly. Always have an escape plan and make sure you're equipped for both defense and evasion. Although the world may feel broken and fragmented, it's important that we remember is survival. Work together. If you come across other survivors, share knowledge and supplies. Create safe spaces where you can help each other even in the smallest ways. A collective effort is more likely to succeed than going alone. Remember that the infected retain only a sliver of their former selves. Respond to certain stimuli. Some reports indicate that the infected have been seen in groups, wandering aimlessly but still seeking human presence. This is important because understanding their behavior could give you an edge. At this time, we are actively working to restore communication, improve containment strategies, support to survivors. However, the path ahead is treacherous. We cannot predict how the virus will evolve, and any future outbreaks may be more severe. We continue to monitor key locations for any signs of containment success. If you find yourself in one of these areas, your safety could depend on timely action. Safe zone is available. Make your way there. Don't hesitate, but always remain cautious and don't trust rumors. Validate information before acting. This is not the end. There is still hope. Hold on. Your survival to humanity has a fighting chance. Stay strong, stay vigilant, and remember, together we can endure.